Chapter 2035. Crack. For the first time, the Void Spirit divine armor was shattered. Yi Xian was also sent flying by the huge force. However, the Void Spirit divine armor and Yi Xian's injuries were healed by the immortal Phoenix bloodline in the next moment. I've triggered 2 one-hit kills today. I might be able to trigger a 3rd time. I don't believe I can't kill you, Yi Xian thought to himself as he attacked again. However, this person was a 9th grade Dao Lord expert. He was not someone he could fight against at the moment. In less than 3 seconds, Black Horn and Old Tree were killed nearly 10 times. Yi Xian was also severely injured several times. It seemed that they were no longer a threat to this old man at the moment. Let's go. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately separated from the Sword Immortal clone. The old man turned around and finally decided to chase after Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had another trick up his sleeve. He could switch places with the Sword Immortal clone. Then, he could break through the void and leave the Black Ice Abyss. I don't believe you can catch up to me. Yi Xian looked at the Scarlet Kill character in the sky and used the Eyes of the Void to leave. Even if the old man had left an imprint in his body, it would take him several days to catch up. Let me see who you are. Yi Xian immediately asked Wei Zhentian to search Dao Lord Black Ice's soul. In the next moment, he knew the old man's identity. So it's Dao Lord Black Ice's father, Lu family's head, Lu Feng. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Since that was the case, he might as well kill his way to the Lu family. As long as he made another breakthrough, he should be able to fight this guy. Immediately, he broke through the void again and asked the Sword Immortal clone to attract the old man's attention. Then, his main body would take the opportunity to act. Unfortunately, the old man had left an imprint on his main body. Since the Sword Immortal clone was in an invincible state, the old man could not leave an imprint. Therefore, the Sword Immortal clone was on the way. The old man charged at Yi Xian. Then, the Sword Immortal clone took advantage of the time when the old man was away to teleport to the Lu family through the teleportation array. Immediately, a reign of terror was set off. The Lu clan still had several rank 8 Dao Lords, as well as more than 10 rank 7 Dao Lords. However, the Sword Immortal clone was an invincible figure. He alone was enough to take on the entire Lu clan. What? You've killed your way to my Lu family. Lu Feng was shocked and immediately turned around. He had received a message saying that a mysterious expert had challenged the entire Lu clan by himself. Many people had already died, and the entire Lu clan could not do anything to him. Unfortunately, when he returned to the Black Ice Abyss, he discovered that the teleportation formation had been destroyed. It was Black Horn and the Old Tree who had destroyed the teleportation array. Lu Feng was infuriated. He killed Black Horn and Old Tree before heading north. It would take some time to get from the Black Ice Abyss to the Lu family. With his speed, it would take at least 2 days. Time was nothing to him. But don't forget that the Sword Immortal avatar was still in the Lu family. 2 days of continuous fighting was enough to turn the Lu clan upside down. Moreover, Yi Xian had already used the Sword Immortal avatar technique to appear in the Lu clan. This battle lasted for quite some time. Yi Xian first used the Void Spirit Godly Armor's invisibility effect and the Eye of Assassination to kill those Lu clan members with lower realms. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 5 Dao Lord. After devouring those people's Dao seeds, Yi Xian finally broke through to become a rank 5 Dao Lord. Not only that, but Old Tree, Black Horn, and the Sword Immortal avatar also reached this realm. Now, they were a threat to those rank 8 Dao Lords. However, these people would be left for last. He would deal with those rank 8 Dao Lords and below first. In less than half a minute, only 3 rank 8 Dao Lords were left in the Lu clan. The rest were all annihilated by Yi Xian. Then, the 3 rank 8 Dao Lords also died in Yi Xian's hands. After that, the entire Lu clan no longer had any experts who could resist Yi Xian. They were all sucked into the Devour space. Now, Yi Xian was waiting for Lu Feng to return. Lu Feng rushed back with all his might, but he could not find any of his clansmen. This made him very anxious. However, by the time he arrived, he found that the Lu clan had already disappeared. At this moment, several figures were waiting for him in the air. "You did this." Lu Feng looked at Yi Xian and said coldly. "That's right. As long as you kill me, you'll know where they are." Yi Xian nodded. "In that case, die." Lu Feng did not say anything else and attacked directly. Previously, his son, Dao Lord Black Ice, had sent him a message saying that Yi Xian had formed the Samsara Dao seed in his body. If he could obtain this Samsara Dao seed, all the Lu clan members who had died in battle could be revived. In addition, his combat strength would increase exponentially. When he broke through to Samsara Dao Lord, his strength would be incomparable to others of the same level. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in the air. The battle between the two sides was very intense. As the strongest person in the Lu clan, Lu Feng was indeed very strong. He could be considered to be half a step into the Samsara Daylord level. However, no matter how strong he was, he could not be compared to Yi Xian. Even Lu Feng didn't dare to take Yi Xian's attacks lightly, as he had formed the life and death Dao seed. The key to this battle was still Saint power. Lu Feng did not have the immortal phoenix bloodline in his body, so he could not last as long as Yi Xian. After a minute, his Saint power was almost depleted. After all, he had to withstand the attacks of Yi Xian and the other 3. Die! At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He slashed out with his sword and landed on Lu Feng's back. Although Lu Feng was strong, he could not withstand the deathly aura of the Samsara Dao seed. His back was instantly exposed. Then, Old Tree, Black Horn, and the Sword Immortal clone used their trump cards and killed Lu Feng. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. After Lu Feng died, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian quickly went over and put away Lu Feng's corpse. He then refined the Dao seed. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 6 Dao Lord. Yi Xian had devoured many Dao seeds before. Now that he had obtained 3 late-stage Dao seeds from Lu Feng, he had broken through. He estimated that he would soon break through to become a rank 7 Dao Lord. Yi Xian had developed a habit. He would let Wei Zhentian search the souls of those he took away. Perhaps he could get some interesting information. Immediately, he began to search Lu Feng's corpse. This search gave him a fright. Lu Feng encountered a devourer before. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He had seen a devourer with the devourer mark in Lu Feng's memories. It seemed that this was a bonus. However, that devourer mark was very strong. It was even stronger than Lu Feng, who was a rank 9 Dao Lord. Therefore, it should be a Samsara Daylord level. Chapter 2036. Let's go. Yi Xian immediately set off on his journey. Lu Feng had encountered the devourer beast at a lake in the north. He was just passing by and had a fierce battle with the devourer beast before escaping with serious injuries. Yi Xian spent more than a month on his journey. After more than a month, he finally arrived at the lake where Lu Feng had encountered the devourer beast. Yi Xian quickly sent the Sword Immortal Avatar to check on the lake. Indeed, there was a devourer beast at the bottom of the lake. It was a huge python. When the Sword Immortal Avatar saw the python with the devourer mark, he immediately launched an attack. However, even with the Dao seed of life and death, the Sword Immortal Avatar's attack could not hurt the python. However, it had angered the python. The python opened its bloody mouth and stupidly swallowed the sword immortal avatar into its stomach. Such an action was as good as courting death. If an ordinary sacred beast was swallowed into the python's stomach, it would have been digested in no time. However, the sword immortal avatar was invincible. The digestive fluid did not have any effect on him. Instead, it gave the sword immortal avatar an opportunity. The scales of the devourer beast were very strong. Even Lu Feng could not break through them. However, the insides of the python were much weaker. The sword immortal avatar madly attacked from the inside. In a short while, the devourer beast had several large holes in it. Fresh blood dyed the entire lake red. Yi Xian smelled the pungent smell of blood and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This time, it was not bad. He had earned another devourer point. Hiss. Suddenly, a sharp hiss was heard. After the devourer beast shrieked, it fell down with a loud crash. It was dead. Then, the sword immortal avatar quickly kept the corpse and devoured it. Ding! Host has devoured the corpse of a super devourer beast. The reward is 1 devourer source. The system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. After hearing it, Yi Xian was stunned. Super devourer beast. Previously, he had encountered a low-level devourer beast and even cultivated a mid-level one. But now, he had encountered a super devourer beast. Moreover, the reward was not devourer points but devourer source. This time, it was awesome. Holy shit! The first devouring source allowed the devouring system to level up. The second devouring source allowed the devouring system to level up to the immortal grade. Now, there's another one. Doesn't that mean, thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. At this time, the system prompted again, ding. The celestial level devouring system can be upgraded. Do you want to proceed? Yes. Yi Xian answered without hesitation. What a joke. How could he not level up after obtaining a devouring source for free? Ding. The celestial level devouring system is upgrading. All major systems are temporarily shut down. The system prompted. So be it. It wasn't like Yi Xian didn't have a deep grudge against him. At worst, he could just rest for a while. Next, he rested nearby. He wondered what new tricks the system would have after the upgrade. This upgrade took more than a month. After more than a month. Ding! The immortal grade devouring system has been successfully upgraded to divine grade devouring system. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian woke up from his sleep. The system upgrade was finally completed. Before he could take a closer look at the upgraded divine grade devouring system, the system prompted again. Ding! The system upgrade is successful. You are rewarded with 2 bloodline fusions. Do you want to proceed now? Bloodline fusions. Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. According to his previous experience, bloodline fusions were to fuse combat bloodlines, physique bloodlines, and support bloodlines into one bloodline. He now had 6 types of bloodlines in his body, so he could fuse them twice. This was the key to increasing his strength quickly. Yes. Yi Xian answered immediately. Ding. Bloodline fusions begin. Ding. Bloodline fusions. The host has obtained the Divine Sword Bloodline and Divine Battle Bloodline. The fusion of the bloodlines was completed in the blink of an eye. Divine Sword Bloodline and Divine Battle Bloodline. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The Divine Sword Bloodline reminded him of when he was in the mortal world. He had also fused with the Divine Sword Bloodline once. However, there was a Void God bloodline behind the Divine Sword Bloodline at that time. The Divine Sword Bloodline now was the real Divine Sword Bloodline. No, it couldn't be considered the real divine sword bloodline. Yi Xian noticed that there was a note behind the divine sword bloodline. Demigod bloodline. Yi Xian was stunned. He quickly checked and found that the divine battle bloodline was also at the demigod level. Ding! The host is currently a 6th grade Dao Lord. The requirement to fully unlock the bloodline is to prove the divine position for the host. The system prompted. Prove the divine position. Does that mean I will become a god? Yi Xian immediately understood. Only by becoming a god would he be able to fully unlock the bloodline. After fully unlocking the divine sword bloodline, it would be called the unparalleled divine sword bloodline. After fully unlocking the divine battle bloodline, it would be called the supreme battle god. However, both bloodlines had yet to be fully unlocked, so they were only at the demigod level. Yi Xian didn't care too much and quickly fused the two bloodlines. Ding! Divine sword bloodline fusion. Ding! Divine battle bloodline fusion. The system prompted again. The divine sword bloodline is formed by the fusion of the sword immortal bloodline, the divine beast envoy bloodline, and the spacetime bloodline. The divine battle bloodline is formed by the fusion of the immortal slaying bloodline, the immortal eye unicorn bloodline, and the immortal phoenix bloodline. Yi Xian was shocked when he checked the abilities of the two bloodlines. They were too powerful. Although they had yet to be fully unlocked and some abilities had yet to be revealed, the current abilities were already heaven-defying. The divine sword bloodline had 3 advancement paths. The first advancement path was called the divine sword path. The second advancement path was called the divine sword body. The third advancement path was called the sword servant. The divine sword path had absolute understanding and control of the sword. In addition, it had 2 skills. The first skill was the divine sword technique. After using it, one could form a divine sword that could split the sky. If one was hit by this divine sword, no matter who it was, they would be killed instantly. Not to mention other things, this divine sword technique alone was extremely terrifying because it was a true one-hit kill divine skill. However, this divine skill's cooldown time required a large number of swords to recover, just like the unicorn's descent. The second skill was called the sword explosion. Within a certain range, Yi Xian could make the enemy's sword explode and severely injure the enemy. Those were the abilities of the divine sword path's advancement path. Then, the second advancement path was the divine sword body. It could suppress 30% of the surrounding non-sword cultivator's strength and 10% of the sword cultivator's strength. Chapter 2037. In addition, the body of the sword god could reduce sword wounds by 30%. However, there was no way to reduce sword chi damage. Yi Xian had the ethereal divine armor, which could make up for this shortcoming. The third advancement path of the sword god bloodline, sword servant, was to summon sword servants to assist in battle. Currently, there was not a single sword servant, but there was a sword god clone, which was the sword immortal clone from before. If one could obtain a specific item, they could continue to summon sword servants, such as the immortal sword servant, 100 beast sword servant, shadowless sword servant, and so on. Although all sword servants would die except for the immortal sword servant, they could be summoned again once the cooldown was over. Moreover, there was no limit to the number of sword servants that could be summoned at any time. Yi Xian could summon all of them. Most importantly, every sword servant had a special characteristic. As long as they were activated, Yi Xian would be able to obtain unimaginable abilities. For example, as long as Yi Xian activated the immortal sword servant, Yi Xian would have the ability to revive once. In simple terms, every sword servant had its own special characteristic. Once activated, Yi Xian would be able to obtain certain abilities. After Yi Xian finished reading the 3 advancement paths of the sword god bloodline, he was so shocked that he could not speak. It was already so powerful before it was fully activated. How powerful would it be if it was fully activated? However, what made Yi Xian feel helpless was that the Sword God bloodline was the product of the fusion of the Sword Immortal bloodline, the Imperial Divine Envoy bloodline, and the Spacetime bloodline. The advancement paths of the Imperial Divine Envoy bloodline and the Spacetime bloodline did not seem to stand out in the Sword God bloodline. It was either overshadowed by the Sword Immortal bloodline, or it had not been activated yet. Time reversal is gone, and so is time control. It seems that I can no longer load to kill monsters in the future. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, the Sword God bloodline was already very powerful. After all, it was only at the demigod level. Then, Yi Xian continued reading the Battle God bloodline. The Battle God bloodline was the fusion of the Immortal Slayer bloodline, the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline, and the Immortal Phoenix bloodline. This bloodline also had 3 advancement paths. The advancement path of the War God Tyrant body had 3 effects. First, the Divine War Physique. Apart from greatly increasing one's physique, it also had the effect of the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, allowing it to heal injuries without limit. Secondly, as long as one's body was injured, one's strength would increase. The more serious the injury, the greater the increase in strength. This effect could be used in conjunction with super recovery. As long as super recovery was suppressed, the injuries would not heal. These were the 2 effects of the first advancement route of the War God bloodline, the War God Tyrant body. Following that was the second advancement path, the War God mount, which was to summon a divine beast mount to assist in battle. The third path was called the War God domain. This was also a skill. Once the War God domain was unleashed, it could forcefully envelop a person and engage in a one-on-one battle with Yi Xian. Within this domain, Yi Xian's strength would increase. As long as he could defeat his opponent, the increase in strength would be maintained for a period of time. However, if Yi Xian was defeated, then his strength would be permanently reduced by 10%. This was the effect of the War God bloodline. Although it was less than before, Yi Xian's strength had increased. One had to know that these 2 bloodlines had yet to be fully activated. If they were fully activated, they would definitely be even more powerful. The Sword God bloodline and the War God bloodline. Although they are only at the demigod level, they have greatly increased my strength. The current me might even have the strength to kill a Samsara Dao Lord. Yi Xian thought to himself. There was still a huge gap between Samsara Dao Lords and Dao Lords. Yi Xian was only a rank 6 Dao Lord. It was already quite good that he had such confidence. Right now, he wanted to find a Samsara Dao Lord to fight. However, at this moment, he discovered something else. There were only 2 demigod bloodlines in the bloodline window, and it could not be used. This meant that he could only fuse with 2 bloodlines in the future. Whatever. This bloodline window might be hidden like the other systems and only be activated at certain times. At this thought, Yi Xian thought of the sect system. Didn't that system only activate at the end? However, right at this moment. Ding! The system has created a bloodline holder with 4 bloodlines. The host will receive a reward for killing the bloodline holder. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Bloodline holder. Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This guy really came at the right time. He was just about to find a person to fight when the system created one for him. Not bad, not bad. Although 2 of the 6 bloodlines had been fused, the system had actually kept some skills. For example, the Death Pursuit Command, the Eye of Assassination, the Eye of Insight, and so on. Yi Xian did not know where the bloodline holder was, so he directly took out the Death Sword. Then, he summoned the Sword God clone, Black Horn, and the old tree to set up a defense around him. Now, Yi Xian only had 2 clones and 1 main body left. Previously, after the bloodline fusion, he forcefully fused 3 into 1, which was his main body. As for the other two clones, one was in the mortal world, and the other was in the second heaven. Therefore, at this moment, he could not split them. This made him feel a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have split his doppelganger. That way, he would have had two more doppelgangers. Fortunately, he still had the avatar of Ares in the mortal world and in the second heaven, so there was no need to be afraid. He stood in place and waited for a while. A few days later, an aura descended. This aura was at the level of a 9th grade Tao Lord. "Is it you?" A young man looked at Yi Xian and said with narrowed eyes. "Are you looking for me?" Yi Xian asked. Unexpectedly, this young man attacked directly. He was the holder of 4 bloodlines created by the system. These 4 bloodlines were the Immortal Unicorn bloodline, the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, the Divine Beast Envoy bloodline, and the Immortal Slayer bloodline. Therefore, his Tao of Raging Flames was very terrifying. However, this was useless against Yi Xian. Bang! The flaming sword Qi hit the Void Spirit godly armor and immediately disappeared. At the same time, the Sword God clone had already swiftly attacked the back of the opponent. However, the Sword God clone was only a 6th grade Tao Lord. Its combat strength was still not enough. Although the opponent was a sword cultivator, 10% of his strength had been suppressed by the Divine Sword Seal. Bang! The sword Qi of the Sword God clone was blocked by the flames of the bloodline holder. Scram! The young man immediately turned around and slashed at the Sword God clone. The latter also quickly attacked. However, at this moment, crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. The Tao weapon in the young man's hand actually exploded. The broken blade was instantly blasted away, leaving many wounds on his body. This move was mastered by Yi Xian after fusing with the Sword God bloodline. It was called Sword's Explosion. The young man did not expect this and was injured. He did not even have time to attack. Instead, he was hit by the Sword God clone and was sent flying. "Little guy, you dare to fight with me?" Chapter 2038. You're courting death. The young man was enraged and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the Sword God's clone. But it didn't take long for Blackhorn and Old Shoe to join in. Bullying with numbers. 100 Unicorn Army. The young man shouted angrily, and the sacred power in his body began to surge out. In the next moment, hundreds of unicorn appeared in the sky. A bloodline holder. As expected of a bloodline holder. Previously, Yi Xian could only summon 1 unicorn at most. Now, this bloodline holder could summon hundreds of them. If they focused their attacks, they would probably be able to kill a Samsara Tao Lord. However, this little bit of skill was nothing in front of Yi Xian. "Come out, my mount," Yi Xian muttered. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light shot out from his body and rapidly expanded in the sky. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the golden light had turned into a golden celestial dragon. Yi Xian glanced at the system and saw that this was called Golden Celestial Dragon. The War God Mount skill could summon a Golden Celestial Dragon, which was very impressive. He did not expect a Golden Celestial Dragon to appear on his first summon. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the Golden Celestial Dragon appeared, it swept its tail and killed dozens of unicorn. The other unicorn quickly attacked, but surprisingly, it was useless against the Golden Celestial Dragon. Not only that, the Golden Celestial Dragon scales continuously shot out golden rays, killing the other unicorn. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. When the young man saw that his hundreds of unicorn were wiped out in an instant, he was scared witless. He felt that he would not be able to defeat this Golden Celestial Dragon. "Let's go." The young man made a prompt decision and turned to run. "You want to run?" "It's too late." Yi Xian shook his head. His eyes flashed as he used another trump card. Divine Sword Art. A divine sword condensed in the sky and then slashed down. The sky was split open. Before the young man could react, the divine sword had already descended and cut him in half. He died just like that. The power of the divine sword's secret art was indeed extraordinary. This was a true one-hit kill. This unlucky bastard is the weakest bloodline holder I've ever met. To think that he has a 4th-level bloodline. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. However, he couldn't be blamed for this. After all, the other party had a 4th-tier immortal bloodline, while he had a double demigod bloodline. However, the divine sword technique that he had just used required a large number of swords to cool down. Otherwise, he would not be able to use it again. A Dao soldier formed from a Dao seed would definitely have more experience than an ordinary Dao soldier. Thinking of this, Yi Xian made use of the God-tier devouring system's forging function and some Dao seeds as materials to create Dao weapons. Then, it would devour them all. The divine sword technique had recovered to 50%. Because my level is low, the things I obtain are more precious. After using the divine sword technique, it will be easier for me to recover. Yi Xian was very satisfied. However, because of the bloodline fusion, his one-hit kill sword and peerless sword pair had disappeared. Therefore, he was preparing to fuse the life sword and death sword together. Ding! The host has obtained the life and death sword. The system notified. This life and death sword had reached the level of a life and death Dao soldier. It was very suitable for Yi Xian to use now. However, the life sword and death sword originally belonged to the Jiang family. Now that Yi Xian had borrowed them and reforged them, it was a little unreasonable. However, this matter was easy to solve. He just needed to give the Jiang family some benefits. The Jiang family's old patriarch, Jiang Lingguang, was only a rank 1 Dao lord. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was already a rank 6 Dao lord. He had even killed a Samsara Dao Lord-level devourer. Just casually taking something would make the Jiang family overjoyed. Immediately, he tore open the void and returned. Then, he left immediately. Now that he had settled everything, he had a new goal. That was to awaken a new sword servant. Based on the current situation, it seems that the materials for the violet gold sword servant are easier to obtain. Yi Xian thought to himself. The undying sword servant had the ability to not die and was very sharp. As for the violet gold sword servant, it was a type of sword servant with extremely strong defense. It could allow Yi Xian to comprehend the violet gold godly armor skill. The violet gold godly armor had extremely strong defense. Together with the void spirit godly armor that was immune to all energy attacks, it could be said to be almost invincible. The reason why Yi Xian chose to awaken the violet gold sword servant first was because there was a violet gold stone in the memories of the person with the 4th bloodline. It was the material needed to awaken the violet gold sword servant. However, there was only one violet gold stone. Awakening the violet gold sword servant required a large amount of violet gold stone. The person with the 4th bloodline is called Dai Hao. There is a violet gold stone mine in the Dai clan's property. Yi Xian thought to himself. He threw Dai Hao's corpse to the mask of authenticity and then disguised himself as Dai Hao. He immediately rushed to the Dai clan. The mask of authenticity was a good magic treasure. As long as Yi Xian did not make a move himself, no one would be able to tell that he was an impostor. Therefore, he successfully infiltrated the Dai clan. This Dai Hao is actually the young master of the Dai clan. His status is not low. He should be able to enter the violet gold stone mine. Yi Xian thought to himself as he rushed to the violet gold stone mine. Along the way, the clansmen greeted Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not bother to pay attention to them. He did not want to expose himself. After a while, he arrived at the entrance of the violet gold stone mine behind the Dai clan. This violet gold stone mine has just been opened. There are still many violet gold spiders inside that need to be cleaned up, Yi Xian thought to himself as he stepped in. These violet gold spiders were almost all high-level Dao lords. Only a few had reached the Samsara Dao Lord level. Given Yi Xian's current strength, there was no need for him to fear them. This place was very suitable for training, so many Dai clan clansmen had formed teams to enter. Yi Xian avoided these Dai clan clansmen and began his training. No one knew how many pieces of purple gold ore there were in the purple gold ore vein. The piece of purple gold ore in Dai Hao's interspatial ring was something he had obtained while wandering around. In order to increase efficiency, Yi Xian had sent his sword god clones out together. However, after half a day, they had only obtained 10 violet gold stones. Only 10 violet gold stones after half a day. I need 10,000 violet gold stones to activate the violet gold sword servant. Wouldn't that take me more than a year? Yi Xian's eyes darkened. If he had to spend a year to create a violet gold sword servant, he might as well just kill him. One had to know that time was very precious to him. A year was enough for him to break through several times. Even becoming an emperor would not be a problem. Thus, he decided to use another method. Although it was a little inappropriate, in this world where the strong were respected, it was not surprising. Chapter 2039. The Dai clan was not a small clan. Thousands of people had entered the purple gold mine alone. Yi Xian had encountered quite a few groups before, so he decided to snatch their Dao seeds. These people did not deserve to die, so his idea was to forcibly absorb them into the devouring space and then use the system to forcibly strip them of their Dao seeds. This way, he could obtain both the purple gold ores and the Dao seeds. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the next few days, Yi Xian frantically searched for the Dai clan members. 3 days later, he had gathered 2,000 purple gold ores. However, there was still a long way to go before he could activate the purple gold sword servant. However, at this moment, clang! 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 A series of crisp sounds entered Yi Xian's ears. He raised his eyebrows in puzzlement. This sound was not the sound of humans fighting against the purple gold spiders. It was the sound of weapons clashing. Yi Xian hurried over to take a look and found that there were indeed 2 groups of people fighting. One side was the Dai clan members, and the other side, Yi Xian did not know who they were. However, the other side's combat strength was clearly stronger than the Dai clan members. Young clan leader, they are from the Tan clan. Suddenly, someone glanced at Yi Xian and hurriedly shouted. The Tan clan. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly searched his memories. He found that the Tan clan was several times stronger than the Dai clan. Why would they suddenly kill their way into the purple gold mine? Strange. No matter what, Yi Xian still had to act. After all, he was the young clan leader now. The Tan clan members were not bad, but if they were not at the Samsara Dao Lord level, they were still very weak in front of Yi Xian. Very quickly, these people were all taken care of by Yi Xian, including the people from the Dai family. Then, Yi Xian performed a soul search on them and found that the Tan clan members were only here to seize the purple gold mine on the orders of their elders. Yi Xian found it strange because the Dai clan and the Tan clan had not interfered with each other before. It was strange that they suddenly came to seize the purple gold mine. After all, even if the entire purple gold mine was given to the Tan family might not be interested in it. However, right at this moment. How, I heard that you were in the purple gold mine. Suddenly, the communication token lit up. The other communication token was with the head of the Dai family, who was also Dai Hao's father. I'm in the purple gold mine. What's wrong? Yi Xian replied, pretending to be Dai Hao. Come out quickly. That Tan family wants to occupy the purple gold mine. I'll send someone to receive you. The Dai family patriarch said. What's going on? Yi Xian asked in confusion. Because he was his son, the Dai family patriarch did not hide anything and directly said, in the depths of the purple gold mine, a piece of purple gold ore was suddenly discovered. I don't know who leaked the news and passed the news to the Tan family. Top-grade purple gold ore. Hearing this, Yi Xian seemed to understand. A piece of purple gold ore was much more valuable than ordinary purple gold ore. Most importantly, a piece of purple gold ore would contain a drop of purple gold liquid, which was a material used to forge pseudo-thearch artifacts. The Tan family had most likely come for this. Is this piece of purple gold ore still in the depths of the purple gold mine? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. That's right. When we first discovered it, for some reason, we were unable to mine it, so we set up a formation. Now that the news has been leaked, we don't want to worry too much about it. Let's just hand over the purple gold mine to the Tan family, lest we get killed. The Dai family patriarch said. But, even if we hand over the purple gold mine, will the Tan family give up so easily? Yi Xian asked curiously. Top-grade violet gold ore was extremely rare, and even high-level samsara Dao lords would be tempted by it. For this violet gold mine to actually produce a single piece of such ore was already an incredible stroke of luck. It was very likely that the Tan family would seal the news and even exterminate the Dai family. No matter what, we can't resist. Otherwise, the consequences. Before the patriarch of the Dai clan could finish his sentence, a clear voice rang out, followed by a plopped sound. This sound was transmitted to Yi Xian through the transmission token, causing his expression to darken. The Dai family patriarch, who was a samsara Dao lord, had most likely been killed. The Tan family was really going all out. They were really ruthless in their attacks. However, if it were any other family, they would probably do the same. If a more powerful family than the Tan family found out that they had the purple gold liquid, they would also be killed. However, what did this have to do with Yi Xian? Is the purple gold ore in the depths? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He was already interested in this piece of purple gold ore. After all, if he could obtain this piece of purple gold ore, it would be enough to activate the purple gold sword servant. He wouldn't need to spend any more time collecting purple gold ore immediately. He ordered the 3 sword god clones to gather in the depths. Along the way, he saw many people from the Dai family and the Tan family. Without exception, all of them were dealt with by him. It had to be said that the Tan family was indeed very strong. They were a level higher than the Dai family and had high-level Dao lords everywhere. However, they were all very weak to Yi Xian. Soon, Yi Xian arrived in the depths of the purple gold mine. At this moment, loud sounds came from inside. It should be the Tan family breaking the formation. Their auras aren't weak. I'm afraid there are some Samsara Dao lords. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and then ordered the sword god clones to move out. Who's there? Boom. 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 Soon, the sounds of battle came from inside. The invincible sword god clones fought with a group of Tan family experts. One against many, he wasn't afraid at all. However, what surprised him was that the Tan family wasn't breaking the formation just now. Instead, they were attacking a Samsara Dao lord from the Dai family. This Samsara Dao lord from the Dai family was in charge of guarding this supreme-grade purple gold mine. When the Tan family attacked, he was blocked here, so they fought. I heard that this supreme-grade purple gold mine is quite difficult to collect. If you're not careful, it will shatter, and then the drop of purple gold liquid will dissipate into the world. Yi Xian thought to himself. If such a treasure disappeared, no matter who it was, they would cry to death. Therefore, the Dai family didn't collect it and had been thinking of a way. However, he decided to observe the situation first. After all, the people inside were Samsara Dao lords. It would be much more convenient to let them fight first, and then he would make a move after they were done. Rumble. The battle inside was very intense. Yi Xian waited outside. After a while, the battle finally came to an end. Immediately, Yi Xian wore the Void Spirit divine armor and entered. "Who's there?" A loud roar came. Yi Xian, who wore the Void Spirit divine armor and was invisible, was discovered. Since that was the case, then kill. Chapter 2040. In just an instant, all of the Tan clan members were killed, with the exception of the Samsara Dao Lord. Yi Xian was now a rank 7 Dao Lord, and he was no longer afraid of facing a Samsara Dao Lord. However, he was afraid that his opponent would destroy the supreme grade violet gold ore. After all, he was no longer able to use temporal reversal. Once the ore was destroyed, the drop of violet gold liquid within it would dissipate into the world. That would be too wasteful. Die! The Tan clan expert immediately charged towards the sword god clone and the others. On the other side, Yi Xian, who was wearing the Void Spirit godly armor, stealthily snuck into the formation and carefully inspected it. Unfortunately, he did not find the supreme grade violet gold ore, nor did he find it in the other corpses' interspatial rings. It seemed that the Samsara Dao Lord had taken it away. Since that was the case, it was easy to deal with. He attacked directly. Instantly, the Samsara Dao Lord was attacked from all directions and was heavily injured. Go! The Tan clan Samsara Dao Lord's expression changed drastically. He quickly turned around and charged out of the formation. You want to leave? Not so easy. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Together with the sword god clone, he executed the assassin's eye and flashed behind the enemy. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly shot out and inserted itself between the two. Boom! A wave of energy swept out, and Yi Xian and the sword god clone's attacks were both blocked. Who? Yi Xian hurriedly took a look. The newcomer was very unfamiliar. It seemed to be someone from the Tan clan. However, this newcomer had most likely reached the level of a rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord. You go. I'll stop him. The newcomer shouted and attacked Yi Xian. Aren't you just a rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly used a trump card. The War God Mount. Each time he used the War God Mount, what he summoned was different. Last time, Yi Xian had summoned a divine golden dragon. This time, however, he summoned a divine golden saber-toothed tiger. The dazzling golden light instantly illuminated the entire violet gold mine, covering the violet gold light. A sacred aura spread out, shocking the rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord into quickly retreating. Swish! The golden saber-toothed tiger transformed into a streak of golden light that shot straight towards the second-rank Samsara Dao Lord. Scram! The man shouted angrily. He raised his hand and struck the golden saber-toothed tiger, but it did not cause any damage to the golden saber-toothed tiger. Poochie! With a crunching sound, the golden saber-toothed Dao Lord's shoulder was bitten off by the golden saber-toothed Dao Lord, causing blood to spurt out everywhere. Yi Xian and the sword immortal avatar quickly followed up as they launched a pincer attack. A short while later, the second-rank Samsara Dao Lord's head was pierced through by the golden saber-toothed tiger's fangs and he perished. Next, Yi Xian quickly collected the corpse, then ordered the golden saber-toothed tiger to chase after the fleeing Samsara Dao Lord. After a while, the golden saber-toothed tiger dragged the corpse back. Unfortunately, to Yi Xian's disappointment, there was no supreme-grade purple gold ore in their interspatial rings. Strange. Yi Xian frowned. He hurriedly performed a soul search on everyone. Afterwards, he found out that the supreme-grade purple gold ore had already shattered during the battle between the Dai clan and the Tan clan. When the Samsara Dao lord of the Dai clan who was guarding the supreme-grade violet gold stone found out that the clan leader had perished, he chose to destroy the stone as well as himself. He destroyed the stone, and the drop of violet gold liquid disappeared from the world as well. The supreme-grade purple gold ore was an excellent material for forging pseudo-emperor artifacts. It was priceless. Although Yi Xian felt that it was a pity, it was not something he needed. He hurriedly returned and found the shattered supreme-grade purple gold ore again. This was what he needed. During the battle just now, he had not noticed that he had confused the supreme-grade purple gold ore with the ordinary purple gold ore again. Now, he had finally obtained it. Ding! Host has activated the purple gold swordsman. A system notification rang out. After devouring the supreme-grade purple gold ore fragment, Yi Xian finally activated the purple gold swordsman. He immediately summoned the purple gold swordsman. The purple gold swordsman was dressed in purple battle armor and wielded a large sword. It looked extremely mighty. After activating the purple gold swordsman, Yi Xian also learned a new skill called the purple gold godly armor. The purple gold godly armor had extremely strong defensive abilities. When paired with the void spirit godly armor that was immune to energy attacks, even mid-level Samsara Dao lords might not be able to pose a threat to Yi Xian. The purple gold swordsman will produce a supreme-grade purple gold ore every once in a while. Will the quality of the supreme-grade purple gold ore increase with my cultivation level? Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he hurriedly sent the purple gold swordsman into the devouring space. Based on the current rate of the devouring space, it would produce a supreme-grade purple gold ore every 10 days. It was very good. However, this supreme-grade purple gold ore was different from the supreme-grade purple gold ore that was naturally formed. It did not contain the purple gold ore that was used to forge pseudo-emperor artifacts. Even so, Yi Xian was overjoyed. TSK TSK TSK. When the time comes, I'll be able to use this supreme-grade purple gold ore to deceive everyone. I'll definitely be able to make a huge profit. Yi Xian was overjoyed. However, there was still one more thing that he had to do. Although the Dai clan had nothing to do with him, it was because of them that he had activated the purple gold swordsman. The Dai clan had most likely been destroyed by the Tan clan by now. He had to avenge them. That rank 2 Samsara Dao lord from earlier was actually the one who had killed the Dai clan head. Now that he was dead, there was nothing to fear from the others. Soon, this supreme-grade purple gold ore was cleaned up by Yi Xian and the others. The Dai clan's members were all taken in by Yi Xian. As for the Tan clan's members, they were all killed by Yi Xian. By the time Yi Xian left the supreme-grade purple gold ore and arrived at the Dai clan's residence, he discovered that the Tan clan's experts had already retreated. Did they hear about the supreme-grade purple gold ore shattering? Or did they hear about the rank 2 Samsara Dao lord dying in the supreme-grade purple gold ore? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, this was no longer important. He would take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the Tan clan. But before that, he had to deal with the Dai clan first. After I devoured that rank 2 Samsara Dao lord's Dao seed, I broke through to become a rank 8 Samsara Dao lord. Even my divine sword art has been restored. I don't need to do anything to destroy the Tan clan. Yi Xian thought to himself as he sent his sword god clone to take action. 3 days later, the sword god clone arrived at the Tan clan's residence and summoned the purple gold swordsman, Black Horn, and the old tree. Instantly, a storm of blood broke out in the Tan clan's residence. The 2 remaining rank 2 Samsara Dao lords were completely unable to stop it and both died tragically. In the end, the Tan clan was also sucked into Yi Xian's devouring space. This time, however, Yi Xian's true body did not take action. Without using any of my trump cards, the purple gold swordsman is actually slightly stronger than the sword god clone, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, the purple gold swordsman was merely a golem, while the sword god clone was far stronger. Chapter 2041. After this incident, Yi Xian had obtained a large number of Dao seeds. Currently, his devouring Dao seed had reached mid-mastery and was not far from late mastery. Once he reached late mastery, he would be able to break through to become a 9th-ranked Dao Lord. At that time, he would only need to gather a late mastery Dao seed to become a Samsara Dao Lord. As for the Samsara Dao seed, it was only at early mastery. Thus, Yi Xian was preparing to purchase some life-type and death-type treasures to force his way to the Saint Dao level. This required a certain amount of wealth. After all, Yi Xian needed more experience to level up than others. He would definitely need to spend a lot. However, now that Yi Xian had the violet gold swordsman, he had the capital to do so. Yi Xian immediately headed to a large city. In a few days, the violet gold swordsman would be able to produce a supreme-grade violet gold ore. When that time came, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. After 10 days of traveling, Yi Xian finally arrived at a large city. At this time, there was already a supreme-grade violet gold ore in his devouring dimension. This supreme-grade violet gold ore was even better than the one in the violet gold ore vein. The only difference was that the one in the violet gold ore vein was naturally produced and contained a drop of violet gold liquid. However, the supreme-grade violet gold ore produced by the violet gold swordsman was completely empty. However, this supreme-grade violet gold ore was not something that ordinary people could break open. Yi Xian estimated that no one would be able to see through this supreme-grade violet gold ore produced by the violet gold swordsman. After all, no one had heard of any other supreme-grade violet gold ore other than the ore vein. Immediately, Yi Xian had the sword god's avatar take action and entrust it to the auction house. When this news spread, the entire city was in an uproar. All the great clans were pooling their money and preparing to fight for this supreme-grade violet gold ore. First of all, supreme-grade violet gold ore would contain a drop of violet gold liquid. Just the fact that a supreme-grade violet gold ore was already tempting enough. It could allow one to comprehend the Tao of violet gold of the 5 elements. The Tao of violet gold was of a higher level than the Tao of pure gold. It was the Tao with the strongest defense among the 9 sacred Taos. As for the violet gold liquid, it was a material for forging pseudo-thearch artifacts. As long as one could obtain it, they would definitely be able to earn 10 or even 20 times the original price. The auction house had spent a lot of money to advertise for this supreme-grade violet gold ore. A few days later, a huge auction was held in the city. After some people heard about this, even if they didn't buy anything, they still prepared to go in and take a look. This was because they knew that this time, there would definitely be a big force bidding, so they just treated it as spending money to watch a good show. At this moment, the sword god avatar was already watching from a private room. Soon, the auction began, but this time, it was different from the previous ones. This time, there was only one item up for auction, and that was the purple gold stone of the highest quality, of S2. I heard that the Tao of violet gold is extremely powerful. If one can successfully comprehend it, they'll be able to block the attacks of experts 1 or 2 levels higher. That violet gold liquid is even better. It's a material for forging pseudo-thearch artifacts. You can only come across it by chance. The auction house was in an uproar. The various great clans all had their eyes on the supreme-grade violet gold ore and began to bid. The price began to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, it had reached a level that no one would have expected. That was enough to create a mid-level Samsara Dao Lord. However, the violet gold liquid was something that even high-level Samsara Dao Lords coveted. A single drop could be used to forge pseudo-thearch artifacts. Once someone obtained a pseudo-thearch artifact, they would be virtually invincible among those of the same level. No one would be able to withstand a single blow from them. The sword god's clone sat in the private room, listening to the continuous bidding around him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I'm rich. I'm going to make a killing this time. Yi Xian's true body was overjoyed. This was already enough for him to break through to become a Samsara Dao Lord. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the violet gold sword servants would be able to produce a supreme-grade violet gold ore every 10 days. This way, he would be able to put on a good show once more. At this moment, the various great clans suddenly slowed down. This was because they were about to run out of funds. Now, it was time to see who would win. These clans and powers began to work together in private. Both sides would pool their funds and obtain the supreme-grade violet gold ore before splitting it. This process lasted for several minutes. In the end, the supreme-grade violet gold ore fell into the hands of the 5 allied powers. The final bid was made using all of their assets. After deducting the auction fee, all of this fell into Yi Xian's pocket. Awesome! Not long after, the auctioneer handed over the proceeds to Yi Xian. The auction finally came to an end. However, Yi Xian didn't leave just like that. Instead, he stayed in the auction house and began to collect as much as he could. All of the Dao seeds in the auction house were purchased by Yi Xian. Not only that, but he also purchased a large number of natural treasures that could improve his Samsara Dao seed. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 9th grade Dao Lord. Ding! His Dao of Devour has been upgraded to the early stage Saint Dao. Ding! His Dao of Life and Death has been upgraded to the early stage Saint Dao. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 1st grade Samsara Dao Lord. 2 system notifications rang out. Yi Xian had broken through in succession. His Dao of Devour and Dao of Life and Death had been upgraded to the Saint Dao level by Yi Xian. Apart from that, Yi Xian had also upgraded his Dao of Raging Inferno and Dao of Gale. Thus, Yi Xian was currently comprehending several Saint Daos, which had greatly increased his strength. If he had only upgraded 2 of his Daos to the Saint Dao level, he might have been able to break through and become a 2nd grade Samsara Dao Lord. However, if he upgraded several Daos at the same time, then even a 1st grade Samsara Dao Lord would be stronger than a 2nd grade Samsara Dao Lord. After the matter was settled, Yi Xian left the auction house. As expected, after he left, he discovered that someone was following him. Those who had participated in the auction earlier weren't small powers. Although they couldn't obtain that supreme-grade violet gold ore, they could easily find out who had put it up for auction. After all, Yi Xian had just obtained a large amount of natural treasures. He couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Moreover, there were also people from the auction house among the people who had been following Yi Xian. Come, let me wipe you all out. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He ordered his sword god clone to leave the city immediately. As for those who had been following him, they also left the city without exception. These people didn't hold back. After exchanging glances, they actually began to discuss who would get the yin and yang ring. The sword god clone looked at these people and smirked. Everyone, if you don't make a move, I'm leaving. Hearing this, these people found it strange. Yi Xian was only one person. Even the person with the lowest cultivation level among them was higher than Yi Xian. Why was Yi Xian so calm? Kid, hand over the yin and yang ring obediently, and I can let you live. An old man said slowly. Chapter 2042. If you turn around and leave now, I can spare your lives. Yi Xian mimicked the tone of the other party. You've got guts. The old man didn't say anything else. But right at this moment, someone couldn't hold it in any longer and charged at Yi Xian. Bastard! The others cursed and charged at Yi Xian as well. An ordinary person would have wet their pants in the face of such a force. One had to know that these nearly 100 people were all Samsara Dao lords, and the strongest was a rank 4 Samsara Dao lord. Yi Xian was a mere rank 1 Samsara Dao lord. It was already good enough that he could stand firm. The show is finally about to begin. The sword god's clone's eyes flashed. Since these people were here to rob him, there was no need to show mercy. One word, kill. In the next moment, the violet gold sword attendant, Blackhorn, and the old tree all appeared. In addition, the war god's mount appeared. The first and second times, Yi Xian summoned the divine golden dragon and the divine golden saber-toothed tiger respectively. He was extremely lucky, but this time, he only summoned an ordinary thunder mammoth. However, this thunder mammoth's strength was comparable to a rank 3 Samsara Dao lord. Of course, the strongest was naturally the sword god's clone. With the divine sword seal, he directly lowered the strength of everyone present. Non-sword cultivators were weakened by 30%, while sword cultivators were weakened by 10%. Coupled with his invincible physique, he didn't fear anyone's attacks at all. In an instant, more than half of the people who had come to rob Yi Xian died. How can this be? The old man who had said that he would spare Yi Xian was shocked. Half of his people had died in the first wave of attacks, leaving only him and 2 others. He immediately understood that Yi Xian wasn't someone to be trifled with. He quickly led his people away. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, a roar fell into his ears. At some point, the sword god's clone had appeared behind him. After breaking through to become a Samsara Dao lord, Yi Xian, who had the Samsara Dao lord and the devouring Dao lord, was extremely powerful. With just one sword strike, the old man was sent flying. Furthermore, in the direction where the old man was sent flying, there was already a huge monster guarding it. Boom! The thunder mammoth stomped down, heavily injuring the old man. Then, the black horn spat out a mouthful of saliva, killing him. There was no suspense in this battle anymore. Within a few seconds, the remaining people were all dealt with. No one survived. In the distance, the people in the city couldn't help but gulp as they watched the battle. As it turned out, Yi Xian had been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. No wonder he hadn't left. It turned out that he was planning to counterattack. What a joke. How could a person who could take out a piece of top-quality purple gold and not hide it be an ordinary person? What made Yi Xian happy was that these people were all from the powers that were participating in the auction. They had a lot of money on them. Yi Xian had made another huge profit. He immediately returned to the auction house, spent all of his money, and broke through to become a rank 2 Samsara Dao lord. At the same time, he also took the entire city. The city lord, who was only a rank 5 Samsara Dao lord, couldn't resist Yi Xian's breakthrough at all and was sucked into the devouring space. Not only that, but he also took back that piece of top-quality purple gold. Let's go. The sword god clone broke through the void and returned to Yi Xian's side. Then, he continued on his journey. In the following period of time, Yi Xian used this method to lure others to commit crimes. Then, he would take action to suppress them. In less than a month, he broke through to become a rank 4 Samsara Dao lord. At the same time, he also obtained 3 pieces of top-quality purple gold. Today, he came to another big city, but this time, it was much bigger than before. The city lord was a rank 9 Samsara Dao lord. Just like before, he used the purple gold rock to fish, but he didn't expect that this time, he would actually fish up the city lord. At this time, the city lord was leading experts to chase after Yi Xian. The city lord of Jade Tripod City is a rank 9 Samsara Dao lord. He broke through many years ago and is already half a step into the half-step Imperial Emperor realm. His strength is not to be underestimated. As for the others, they are nothing to be afraid of. Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, he had already fought with the city lord. However, even when he gathered everyone to attack the city lord, he still couldn't gain the upper hand. Although he still had a final trump card, the divine sword art, he didn't have 100% confidence that he could slash this peak rank 9 Samsara Downlord. Let alone 100%, he didn't even have 20% confidence. Since this didn't work, he would use other methods. Old man, you really want these 3 pieces of top-quality purple gold? The sword god avatar suddenly stopped and turned around to ask. Hand over the items and I'll spare your life. The city lord of Jade Tripod City shouted angrily from behind. Is that so? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, It's not impossible for me to hand them over. However, you have to take my sword first. Hearing this, the city lord of Jade Tripod City was stunned and said in shock, Do you think that your sword can kill me? Whether it can or not, we'll only know after we try. I'm just asking if you dare. Yi Xian said. Alright, it's just a sword. Come on. The city lord of Jade Tripod City snorted. The Yi Xian in front of him was only a rank 5 Samsara Downlord. As someone who was half a step into the half-step Imperial Emperor realm, how could he be afraid? However, Yi Xian's sword was not so easy to take. You have guts. I hope you won't be scared out of your wits. Yi Xian snorted coldly. He gripped the sword of life and death tightly in his hand and slashed down fiercely. This sword was just an illusion. The real attack was the divine sword that condensed above his head. The divine sword art had the effect of killing all enemies in an instant. Once it was used, even the sky would be split open. When the city lord of Jade Tripod City saw this move, his heart trembled. However, when he looked at the split open sky, he suddenly had a realization. Suddenly, his aura skyrocketed. Rank 9 Samsara Downlord. No. At this moment, he had broken through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm. What made him break through was Yi Xian's move. Blessed by the heavens, half-step Imperial Emperor. The city lord of Jade Tripod City widened his eyes. He did not expect that he, who had been stuck at the rank 9 Samsara Downlord realm for countless years, would break through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm today. What a surprise! A Samsara Downlord had to raise their 3 Dao seeds to late-stage Sage Dao Mastery before they could plant a Dao fruit. Countless years ago, he had already raised his 3 Dao seeds to late-stage Sage Dao Mastery, so he was only 1 step away from becoming a half-step Imperial Emperor. This time, thanks to Yi Xian's help, his 3 Dao seeds had fused and turned into a Dao fruit, finally becoming a half-step Imperial Emperor. Once he broke through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm, he would have a grade 1 heavenly mandate and could temporarily borrow the power of the heavens. The city lord of Jade Tripod City waved his hand and a golden palm slapped out, instantly slapping the divine sword away. Boom! Chapter 2043. F***CK. Yi Xian cursed. He did not expect Yi Xian to go back on his words. Yi Xian said that he would take one move from him. At the same time, he also felt the change in Yi Xian's aura. Strong. So strong that it made his heart palpitate. This is a half-step Imperial Emperor. Yi Xian was shocked. Previously, he was the one who made a breakthrough in battle and defeated his enemies. But now, someone actually made a breakthrough in battle with him. This was troublesome. Originally, he still had a glimmer of hope to kill all his enemies. But with the breakthrough of the Jade Tripod City Lord, this glimmer of hope was destroyed. Kid, I don't need to take this move from you anymore. The Jade Tripod City Lord laughed. He looked calm, but Yi Xian's move just now could even break through the 4th heaven. Its power was probably at the half-step Imperial Emperor level. Even if he made a breakthrough, he would not dare to take that move. City Lord, you made a breakthrough. At the side, the experts of the Jade Tripod City Lord Manor were shocked. The Jade Tripod City Lord was already a peak fourth heaven expert. Now that he had made a breakthrough, there was no one who could match him. Besides, it was really easy for him to take down Yi Xian as a half-step Imperial Emperor. So what if I made a breakthrough? You still can't do anything to me. Yi Xian said coldly. Is that so? The Jade Tripod City Lord narrowed his eyes and instantly turned into a stream of light, arriving in front of Yi Xian. His speed was more than 10 times faster than before. Before Yi Xian could react, the Jade Tripod City Lord was already standing in front of him, grabbing Yi Xian's shoulder. Bang! An attack containing the power of destiny landed on the Sword God Avatar. However, what surprised the Jade Tripod City Lord was that the Sword God Avatar remained unscathed. How is this possible? The Jade Tripod City Lord was shocked. There was a huge gap between Samsara Dao Lords and half-step Imperial Emperors. Once one made a breakthrough, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. They would not be threatened by Samsara Dao Lords. The power of that attack just now was at least dozens of times stronger than before. However, Yi Xian actually received it. What was this body made of? I told you, you can't hurt me. The Sword God's doppelganger continued. So what? I got what I wanted. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City immediately revealed a smile. He opened his right hand, revealing an interspatial ring in his palm. This interspatial ring was originally worn by the Sword God's doppelganger. Really? The Sword God Avatar laughed as well. In the next moment, the Jade Tripod City Governor's smile came to an abrupt halt. He probed and found that the interspatial ring was empty. There was not a single strand of hair in it. Where is it? The Jade Tripod City's City Lord could not help but ask. Are you looking for this? With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took out 3 top-grade purple gold ores. After stabilizing himself, he put them away and said, I only wear them for fun. I don't use them to store things. What a brilliant move. No wonder you are so fearless. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City had to admit that Yi Xian was the most difficult person he had ever met. Previously, if you had taken my sword, would have given you the 3 top-grade purple gold ores. However, you went back on your words. You have disappointed me. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. The City Lord's face turned cold when he heard this. He said, I don't believe that I can't do anything to you as a half-step Imperial Emperor. In an instant, he charged over and beat Yi Xian like a sandbag. Unfortunately, it was useless. After some time, the City Lord of Jade Tripod City stopped. I have broken through to half-step Imperial Emperor and can use the power of the heavens. However, I still can't hurt him. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City thought to himself, even if I consolidate my realm and become proficient in using the heavens, I'm afraid the result will be the same. Who is this guy? City Lord, are we not fighting anymore? The Sword God's doppelganger in the distance got up from the ground and said, if not, I'm leaving. Wait. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City called out to Yi Xian. What's wrong? The Sword God's doppelganger turned around. Since I can't hurt you, let's make a deal. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City said, I'll buy your 3 top-grade purple gold ores. Oh, okay. The Sword God's doppelganger grinned and said, 3 top-grade purple gold ores in exchange for your interspatial rings. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City hesitated for a moment before taking the interspatial rings of the others. I'll give you 1 top-grade purple gold ore first. Yi Xian didn't say anything else as he threw a top-grade purple gold stone over. Seeing this, the City Lord of Jade Tripod City said in surprise, You're giving it to me just like that? Ha, you can run away, but you can't run away. Do you still want your Jade Tripod City? Yi Xian said with a smile. The city lord of Jade Tripod City was now a half-step imperial emperor. However, his Jade Tripod City only had 8th grade Samsara Dao Lord experts. If Yi Xian charged over, it would be a devastating blow. At that time, the city lord mansion would be in danger. This sentence stunned the city lord of Jade Tripod City. He narrowed his eyes and threw the interspatial rings over. Yi Xian caught the interspatial rings and checked them. There were indeed many good things inside, just enough for him to break through to become a 6th grade Samsara Dao Lord. You broke through. The city lord of Jade Tripod City was stunned. He was able to break through on the spot because of Yi Xian's divine sword art. But now, Yi Xian had broken through. What was going on? However, he did not care because even if Yi Xian broke through to become a 9th grade Samsara Dao Lord, he would not be a match for him. A half-step imperial emperor who could use heavenly mandate was not someone a Samsara Dao Lord could defeat. Where are the other 2 top-grade purple gold ores? The city lord of Jade Tripod City asked. Here they are. Yi Xian took out the 2 top-grade purple gold ores and said with a smile, originally, I wanted to give them to you. But you beat me so badly just now. So, these 2 top-grade purple gold ores are my compensation. You. The city lord of Jade Tripod City widened his eyes and was about to take away the top-grade purple gold ores in Yi Xian's hands. But in the next moment, Yi Xian's figure disappeared. No, to be precise, the sword god's clone had disappeared and was taken back by Yi Xian, who was far away in the horizon. At the same time, another sentence spread. City lord of Jade Tripod City, I will come back for this top-grade purple gold ore. Please take good care of it. The city lord of Jade Tripod City was a half-step imperial emperor. With Yi Xian's current level, he would not be able to fight him. Fortunately, Yi Xian still had 2 top-grade purple gold ores. This was enough for him. Although 3 top-grade purple gold ores were very tempting, just one was enough to make people commit crimes. Yi Xian, remember this hatred in your heart. When you are strong enough in the future, you will come back for revenge. Chapter 2044. A few days later, Yi Xian arrived at a 4th heaven city that was comparable to Jade Tripod City. However, after entering the city, he heard something. Have you heard? The Jade Tripod City Lord in the north has been suppressed. That can't be. That's a rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord expert. It said that he's already half a step into the half-step Imperial Emperor realm. What rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord? A few days ago, the Jade Tripod City Lord broke through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm and announced it to the entire city. Just yesterday, an expert suddenly appeared and suppressed the Jade Tripod City Lord, taking control of the city. What? Half-step Imperial Emperor. That's right. It seems to have started because of a supreme-grade purple gold ore. After the Jade Tripod City Lord was defeated, his supreme-grade purple gold ore was taken by the other party. At the same time, the other party announced to the world that he was buying purple gold ores and supreme-grade purple gold ores in bulk. If anyone didn't and was exposed, they would be killed without mercy. Who is this person? How dare he be so arrogant? Could he be from the 5th heaven? He must be. This was the conversation that Yi Xian heard after entering the city. I didn't expect the Jade Tripod City Lord to be defeated. My supreme-grade purple gold ore also fell into the other party's hands. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, not taking this matter to heart. Using the method of fishing, he took this city that was comparable to Jade Tripod City into his pocket and left again. In the following period of time, Yi Xian continued to rush forward, breaking through from rank 6 Samsara Dao Lord to rank 8 Samsara Dao Lord. However, not long after he broke through to rank 8 Samsara Dao Lord, ding! The target of the death pursuit order is dead. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. What's going on? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. In the battle with the Jade Tripod City Lord, he had marked everyone, but the others were all small fries, so he withdrew the death pursuit order and only marked the Jade Tripod City Lord. Now, the target of the death pursuit order was the Jade Tripod City Lord. Although the Jade Tripod City Lord had fought with him and Yi Xian had ended in defeat, Yi Xian still wanted to get back at him. Now, the Jade Tripod City Lord was dead, and the supreme grade purple gold ore had fallen into the hands of others. This was unacceptable. Immediately, Yi Xian tore through the void and returned to Jade Tripod City. At this moment, in Jade Tripod City, there was a purple pillar of light that pierced through the clouds. It was very eye-catching. Yi Xian let the sword god avatar enter the city and immediately felt a powerful aura. It seemed that this was the expert from the fifth layer of heaven, the murderer of the Jade Tripod City Lord. The sword god doppelganger immediately moved out to investigate. By the time he arrived at the city lord's estate, he saw quite a few people lined up outside. None of them had low levels of cultivation, they were all at least rank 7 Samsara Dao lords. They were all at the purple gold rock. Strange. Why would a half-step sovereign emperor collect so many purple gold ores? Yi Xian was a little confused. A half-step sovereign emperor could almost forge a quasi-emperor weapon. It was one thing for him to collect supreme-grade purple gold ores, but why would he need these purple gold ores that were used to forge Samsara Dao lords? Yi Xian did not care so much. He directly let the sword god doppelganger shout, "I have 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. How much are they worth?" As soon as these words were said, everyone present stopped what they were doing and was stunned. 1 supreme-grade purple gold ore was priceless. How much would 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores be worth? Most likely, no one present would be able to calculate it. In the city lord's estate, a young man immediately opened his eyes and rushed out when he heard this. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw the sword god doppelganger. He said in shock, "You have 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores." "That's right. I want to exchange all of them for Dao seeds, Samsara Dao seeds, and Inferno Dao seeds for cultivation." The sword god doppelganger nodded. To be able to comprehend the Dao of life and death, you can be considered to have some ability. Alright, these things are yours. The young man did not waste any time. He waved his hand and took out an interspatial ring. Then, he took out something from his own interspatial ring. Then, he threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. If Yi Xian could not take out 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, he would probably die an unnatural death. Facing a half-step imperial emperor, no Samsara Dao lord dared to do so. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring, and his eyes lit up. The things inside were enough for him to break through to the peak of the 9th stage Samsara Dao lord. He immediately swallowed it, and a Dao fruit condensed in his body. His aura skyrocketed. Ding! Host has broken through to the 9th stage Samsara Dao lord. If you want to continue breaking through, please plunder the heavenly fate of others. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Plunder. Heavenly fate. Yi Xian was very unfamiliar with the half-step imperial emperor realm because there were not many of them in the 4th heaven. However, there was a half-step imperial emperor in front of him. As long as he killed him, everything would be clear. The youth was a little surprised. He could not understand how Yi Xian could break through without batting an eyelid. However, he did not care so much. What he cared about was the 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. As long as he had these 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, he could go back and report on his mission. In fact, he could even get some rewards. The 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores are here. Yi Xian did not hesitate and threw the 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores over. Of the 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, 2 were from before, while the other 3 were from the purple gold sword attendants. Seeing this, the youth's eyes lit up. He did not expect Yi Xian to really have 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. Where did you get these 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores? The youth could not help but ask. Purple gold ores were common, but there might not even be 1 supreme-grade purple gold ore in a million purple gold ore veins. However, Yi Xian actually had 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. It was really strange. I got them from killing someone on the way, Yi Xian replied. Not bad. You did well. The youth was very satisfied. At the same time, his gaze landed on Yi Xian's interspatial ring. Who knew, there might be more inside. However, just as he was thinking about Yi Xian's interspatial ring, Yi Xian was also thinking about him. I heard that you defeated the Jade Tripod City's city lord. Yi Xian asked. That guy didn't do his job well, so I killed him, the youth said coldly. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, that means that the supreme-grade purple gold ore in his hand is also in your hands. That's right. Why? The youth was slightly surprised. If it were anyone else who dared to speak to him in such a tone, they would have died long ago. However, Yi Xian had given him 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, so he was in a good mood. You may not know, but that supreme-grade purple gold ore is also mine, so please return it. Yi Xian said slowly. Return supreme-grade purple gold ore. Hearing this, the youth was slightly stunned. He did not expect Yi Xian to dare ask him to return something. Chapter 2045. Ha 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 ha. The young man suddenly laughed out loud. This was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. Yi Xian dared to say this because he had already broken through to become a 9th-grade Samsara Dao Lord. In addition, he had the sword god's clone, so he was fearless. It seems that you won't hand it over. If that's the case, I'll take it myself. The sword god's clone shouted angrily. He took out his weapon and slashed at the young man. A sharp sword chi tore through the air and landed on the young man, but it was dispersed by the golden light on the young man's body. How funny. The heavenly Tao exists before the Tao. You actually used the Tao to attack me. You really don't know what you're talking about. The young man sneered. Be it half-step imperial emperors, or even eternal emperors, they all used the same method. That was the power of the heavens, also known as the mandate of heaven. The mandate of heaven could greatly increase one's lifespan. At the same time, the more mandates one had, the faster one's cultivation would be. Therefore, this realm was very cruel. If there was a disagreement, they would kill and take the mandate of heaven. I don't believe that I can't break through your defense. Yi Xian widened his eyes and attacked again. In addition, the old tree, Black Horn, and the violet gold swordsman all appeared. How dare you attack me like an ant? You're courting death. The young man was enraged. With a raise of his hand, he killed Black Horn and the others. Not only that, but even the violet gold swordsmen were defeated. Fortunately, the sword god's clone was invincible, so he was not injured at all. I don't believe that I can't exhaust you to death. Yi Xian widened his eyes and summoned the old tree and Black Horn again. As for the violet gold swordsmen, they could not be summoned again today because they were dead. This battle was fought without warning, causing the crowd below to be at a loss as to what to do. Fortunately, both sides were fighting in the air. Otherwise, the entire Jade Tripod City would have been destroyed. The sword god's clone kept summoning the old tree and Black Horn to attack, which surprised the young man. Seeing that his side had no advantage at all, Yi Xian's main body, who was far away in the sky, made a decision. Of it. At that moment, he broke through the void and descended personally. The moment he appeared, the divine sword seal was activated by him. The young man was not a sword cultivator. After being affected by the divine sword seal, his combat power dropped by 30%. However, this level of power was still not something that Samsara Dao lords could compare to. Fortunately, the Void Spirit divine armor on Yi Xian's body could withstand attacks from the heavens. Who would have thought that Wei Zhentian's magic treasure form has already surpassed the heavens? Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. However, it would not be so easy to kill this young man. Looks like I have to pay a price. Come, war god tyrant body. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and the saint energy in his body suddenly went berserk, and then quickly bombarded his own body. The war god tyrant body of the war god had two effects. One was rapid recovery, and the other was that the more severe one's injuries were, the stronger one would be. Back then, when he was fighting with the Jade Tripod City's city lord, he had actually used it before. However, he was still no match for him. However, his injuries that day were only about half healed. Today, he was going to put himself in a state of near death. That way, he would be able to unleash extremely powerful combat power. In an instant, Yi Xian's combat power skyrocketed, far surpassing the sword god's clone. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of sword light flashed, and Yi Xian began to attack wildly. Although he had suppressed the recovery effect of his bloodline, he had only suppressed the recovery effect. His saint energy could still continuously recover. On the other hand, the young man's saint energy was constantly decreasing. Heavenly mandate attacks were powerful, but like the Tao, they required the support of saint energy. Once saint energy was depleted, he would not be much stronger than a Samsara Dao lord. This time, Yi Xian chose to use a method of attrition. With the ethereal armor, his opponent could not hurt him. Rumble. A series of loud sounds rang out in the sky above Jade Tripod City. Afraid of being affected, the people in the city below had already retreated from the city, far away from this troublesome place. Kid, what kind of armor is that? It can actually block heavenly mandate attacks. The young man could not help but ask. Beat me and you'll know. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. What about them? The young man's gaze fell on the three sword gods' clones. The sword god's clone, the old tree, and Black Horn. One was invincible, while the other two could revive infinitely. He could not kill them even if he beat them. This made the young man somewhat tired. It's the same. Beat me and I'll tell you. Yi Xian snorted. When the young man heard this, his expression darkened. If that's the case, then take one of my attacks. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out. The young man gathered all of his heavenly mandate into his right fist, then suddenly leaped into the air and smashed down. A golden fist smashed towards Yi Xian. You came just in time. Die. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He flashed behind his opponent and used his trump card. Divine Sword Art. A divine sword materialized and fell instantly. In the previous battle, Yi Xian had not used his Eye of Assassination. He had been waiting for this moment. Their attacks were completely ineffective against the young man. Every attack that landed on the young man was blocked by his heavenly mandate. However, this time, Yi Xian's attack was not ordinary. It was an insta-kill technique, divine sword art. What? The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. This divine sword art was clearly stronger than his full power attack. How was this possible? Was this an attack that a 9th stage Samsara Dao Lord could produce? Impossible. Before the young man could react, he was struck by the divine sword and was instantly cut in half. He died on the spot. The divine sword art had the effect of insta-killing. However, even if it did not, its power was enough to deal with the young man. Of course, if Yi Xian had not been heavily injured and increased his strength, this attack would not have hit the young man. This was because every time Yi Xian used the divine sword art, he had to use his own sword to hack. The divine sword's hacking speed was the same as his. Since the immortal slaying bloodline was gone, Yi Xian's mind no longer rang with the notification that he had gained killing intent. He immediately put away the young man's corpse. The 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, as well as the one in the hands of the Jade Tripod City Lord, all fell into Yi Xian's hands. In addition, there was a large amount of natural treasures in the young man's yin and yang ring. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly noticed a golden ball of light in the air. He quickly searched the young man's memories and found that this golden ball of light was the so-called heavenly mandate. Heavenly mandate could be understood as luck. The stronger one's heavenly mandate was, the more favor they would receive from the heavens. The higher one's heavenly mandate was, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. The longer one's lifespan, the higher the chances of encountering fortuitous encounters. In short, there were many benefits. Chapter 2046. There were a total of 99 ranks in the heavenly fate realm. Every 33 ranks represented a great realm. From the 1st grade to the 33rd rank heavenly fate realm, they were all half-step imperial emperors. From the 34th to the 66th rank heavenly fate realm, they were true imperial emperors. If one had the 67th rank heavenly fate realm, they would enter the eternal emperor realm. Yi Xian quickly devoured the ball of heavenly fate realm. In the next moment, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host has devoured the 3rd grade heavenly fate realm, breaking through to the 1st grade half-step imperial emperor realm. He had indeed broken through to the next realm. Now, Yi Xian was also someone who was blessed by the heavens. However, the golden ball of light in Yi Xian's body was smaller than the youth's. After all, he had seized the heavenly fate realm of others and couldn't completely refine it. In other words, even if Yi Xian obtained the 99th rank heavenly fate realm, he wouldn't be able to break through to the 9th grade eternal emperor realm. However, he knew that he would definitely be able to reach that realm. Just now, he had searched the youth's memories. At this moment, he already knew why the youth wanted to buy a large amount of purple gold stones and supreme-grade purple gold stones. This youth came from a force called the Crimson Sun sect in the 5th layer of heaven. They had previously discovered a ruin, but that ruin was full of danger. It was filled with purple gold beasts. Only those who wore purple gold armor would not be attacked by the beasts. It was said that this ruin was left behind by a suspected imperial emperor realm expert. There was probably an inheritance that would make people jealous. Those who wear purple gold armor will be mistaken as one of their kind by the beasts, but there is also a possibility of being exposed. Purple gold armor is divided into ordinary purple gold armor and supreme grade purple gold armor. The supreme grade purple gold armor is not easy to be discovered. Yi Xian thought in his heart. He didn't know if he would be attacked if he entered that ruin. He had already activated the purple gold sword servant and had a set of purple gold divine armor. This set of purple gold divine armor was definitely stronger than the supreme grade purple gold armor. He didn't know if he would be exposed if he wore this set of purple gold divine armor. However, Yi Xian liked this kind of ruin because he had the sword god clone. Once he obtained the inheritance, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. This purple gold ruin was the cave residence of a suspected imperial emperor realm expert. There were definitely a lot of good things in it. Who knows, there might even be an enormous heaven's will. As long as he obtained the mandate of heaven, Yi Xian's strength would soar once again. Although it was impossible for him to directly break through to Sovereign Emperor, it should not be a problem for him to become a high-ranked half-step Sovereign Emperor. Now that I've become a half-step Sovereign Emperor, I have the strength to break through to the 4th heaven. I can directly go to the 5th heaven. With that in mind, Yi Xian used his heavenly mandate power to break through the 4th layer of heaven. Then, he entered it and flew towards the 5th layer of heaven. Of the 9 heavens, each was heavier than the last. The first was the smallest, while the 9th was the largest. Yi Xian went from the 4th heaven to the 5th heaven, which happened to be the territory of the Crimson Sun sect. I've heard that the 5th layer of heaven is much crueler than the 4th layer of heaven. Even if there is no conflict of interest, there is still the possibility of swords and knives being used against one another. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After all, half-step sovereign emperors could steal the mandate of heaven from others to increase their strength. If they had the chance, they would definitely take action. Now that Yi Xian had broken through to the half-step sovereign emperor realm, he would need a lot of mandate of heaven to break through. However, he did not plan to enter the Crimson Sun sect. Instead, he flew in a certain direction. That was where the purple gold ruin was located. Along the way, Yi Xian encountered many people, all of whom were first-grade half-step sovereign emperors. When they saw that Yi Xian was alone, they wanted to kill him and steal his mandate of heaven. Unexpectedly, they were all killed by Yi Xian. The higher the realm, the harder it is to break through. After breaking through to the half-step sovereign emperor realm, I have already killed dozens of people, but I still haven't broken through. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Then, he flew towards the purple light in the sky. He had arrived at the purple gold ruin. The purple gold ruin had been open for many years. Other than the Crimson Sun sect, there were many people collecting purple gold ores. Those who entered the purple gold ruin were all wearing purple gold armor or supreme-grade purple gold armor. However, there were very few who could come out alive. Yi Xian arrived in front of the huge purple gold palace and looked around. This purple gold palace was not big. There were 2 lion-like purple gold beasts guarding the entrance. From afar, one could see a staircase that led underground. I won't enter with my main body first. Let the sword god clone enter. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and let the sword god clone enter. However, just as the sword god clone approached, he was attacked by the 2 purple gold beasts. Rumble. Immediately, the 2 purple gold beasts ganged up on the sword god clone. The latter was beaten until he pissed his pants. He could not fight back at all. Yi Xian estimated that the strength of these 2 purple gold beasts should be at the mid-level half-step sovereign emperor realm. It was said that only those who wore purple gold armor and supreme-grade purple gold armor would not be attacked by the purple gold beasts. Of course, these 2 types of armor were just to confuse the enemy. It was harder to recognize supreme-grade purple gold armor, but it was easier to recognize the purple gold armor. Many people who wore purple gold armor and wanted to take advantage of the situation had already died at the hands of these 2 purple gold beasts. Right now, Yi Xian only had supreme-grade purple gold ores and not supreme-grade purple gold armor, so it was impossible. However, the purple gold sword servants might be able to. Yi Xian immediately let the purple gold sword servants take action. Then, he saw the purple gold sword servants swagger into the purple gold palace without being attacked by the purple gold beasts. As expected, the purple gold sword servants were judged by the purple gold beasts to be of the same kind. Unfortunately, it was the purple gold sword servants that passed through and not the sword god clone. Otherwise, Yi Xian could enter the palace through the sword god clone. However, he had a way. Purple gold divine armor, appear. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and a set of purple armor appeared under the void spirit divine armor. It covered Yi Xian's entire body like scales. He tried to go over and walk to the spot where the sword god clone had been attacked. As expected, these 2 purple gold beasts did not attack him. Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction, then entered the purple gold ruins. As long as he entered, the sword god clone would be able to follow him immediately. At that time, they would switch places, and it would be the sword god clone entering the purple gold ruins. If there was a checkpoint that he could not pass, Yi Xian would personally take action. Just like that, Yi Xian entered the purple gold ruins. After walking down the long flight of stairs, Yi Xian arrived at the purple gold underground palace. Looking around, there were large doors that were wide open in all directions. He did not know where they led to. Yi Xian did not want to stay in such a high-class place for too long, so he broke through the void and left, leaving behind the sword god clone and the purple gold sword servants. Chapter 2047. Next, the sword god clone released the old tree and black horn, and they entered the 4 tunnels. However, before long, Yi Xian heard 2 system notifications in his mind. Ding! Flame-swallowing unicorn is dead. Ding! Black scale dragon is dead. Immediately after that, there was a notification that the 2 of them had revived. Through the shared vision, Yi Xian could see that the one who killed the old tree and black horn was a purple figure. It must be some kind of purple gold beast. Not only that, but the sword god clone also encountered it. Boom! 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 Loud sounds came from the tunnel where the sword god clone was. These were the sounds of the sword god clone being beaten up. However, the invincible sword god clone relied on his invincible Vajra body to use the purple gold beast to hurry up. Such a method of travel was unheard of. After a while, the sword god's avatar that was sent flying saw a human corpse behind him. He immediately used the Devour skill to absorb the corpse. This human corpse was wearing ordinary purple gold armor. Although he had fooled the guards, he was killed by the patrolling purple gold beasts. The sword god clone kept the corpse, and Yi Xian quickly searched his soul to see if there was anything related to the purple gold ruins. In addition, there was a golden ball of light floating above the corpse. The sword god clone did not forcibly keep it. The deceased was just an independent cultivator, a second-grade half-step imperial emperor. He was 1 level higher than the youth Yi Xian had killed. However, there was nothing worth mentioning in this person's memories. After Yi Xian devoured his destiny, his strength increased greatly. One had to admit that destiny was a good thing. The higher one's destiny, the easier it was to be favored by the heavens. For such ruins, it was easier for people with high fate mandates to encounter fortuitous encounters. However, to Yi Xian, the most attractive part of the violet gold ruins were the corpses of the dead. Because there were corpses, he could practically obtain the will of the heavens. When he had been a Tao Lord, Yi Xian had been able to resurrect others. Back then, it had been fairly easy for him to do so. Though the life and death Tao seed had turned into a Tao fruit, Yi Xian still had the ability to bring the dead back to life. He could use the heaven's will to revive. Of course, using heaven's will to revive would consume a large amount of heaven's will. Reviving those below the half-step sovereign emperor realm was fine, but reviving half-step sovereign emperors would require a huge price. If a half-step sovereign emperor with a first-grade fate mandate died, others could use their own fate mandate to revive him. However, the price was terrifyingly high. If a third-grade heavens mandate cultivator paid the price of a drop in cultivation, they might be able to revive him. If it was a peerless genius like Yi Xian with a demigod bloodline, then a rank 10 or even rank 20 heavens mandate expert would have to sacrifice themselves in order to revive. In short, the higher the talent, the higher the price of resurrection. However, if a rank 20 heavens mandate cultivator were to revive a rank 1 heavens mandate cultivator, it wouldn't be difficult at all. In fact, it would be extremely easy. Heaven's mandate was divided into 99 ranks and each rank had its own difference. A second-grade heaven's mandate cultivator wasn't equivalent to 2 first-grade heaven's mandate cultivators. It could be 5 or 10. A rank 20 heaven's mandate cultivator was equivalent to tens of thousands of first-grade heaven's mandate cultivators. Speaking of which, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't use his heaven's will to revive these people. To him, these corpses were all experience points. As long as he was allowed to grow, not to mention the purple gold battle beast, he might even be able to take the entire purple gold ruins into his pocket. Following that, the sword god clone continued to be beaten up. He had to use an unusual method to travel. Although the sword god clone was useful, the system gave him a flaw. He couldn't use defensive skills like the purple gold divine armor because it was useless. Furthermore, although the sword god clone could wear the void spirit divine armor, the armor's buff had no effect on him. He could only use invisibility. While the sword god clone was being beaten up, the purple gold sword servant on the other side also encountered a battle beast. However, the purple gold sword servant was different from the sword god clone. The purple gold sword servant's entire body was made of special purple gold, so the purple gold battle beast treated it as one of its kind. Hi! The purple gold sword servant directly passed by the purple gold battle beast and even greeted it in a friendly manner. Roar! The purple gold battle beast let out a low roar, but no one knew what it was saying. In the purple gold ruins, the purple gold sword servant was much more useful than the sword god clone. They followed this path and encountered many corpses along the way. However, what made Yi Xian helpless was that the purple gold sword servant couldn't use the yin and yang ring and couldn't use the void to locate him. Therefore, Yi Xian asked him to return and sent Wei Zhentian to follow him. This way, he could collect all the corpses along the way. During this period, Yi Xian finally broke through from first-grade half-step Imperial Emperor to second-grade half-step Imperial Emperor after devouring so many heaven's wills. However, those who died didn't know about the purple gold ruins. However, Yi Xian obtained a damaged set of supreme-grade purple gold battle armor. He obtained it from the corpse of a certain person who had overestimated himself. He guessed that the person who had overestimated himself had set his sights on the purple gold battle beast, but was killed by the purple gold battle beast. In the end, Yi Xian benefited from it. Yi Xian used the supreme-grade purple gold ores produced by the purple gold sword servant to repair the damaged set of supreme-grade purple gold battle armor and let the sword god clone wear it. This way, the sword god clone had a high chance of deceiving the purple gold battle beast. When he encountered the purple gold battle beast, he would be treated as one of its kind. However, this passage was a little too long. The sword god clone and the purple gold sword servant rushed for an entire day, but they still hadn't walked out of the passage. However, this was still acceptable. After all, this passage was built by an expert who was suspected to be at the Imperial Emperor level. An expert of that level would have a Heaven's Will of Fate of over 30. With the support of Heaven's Will, it wouldn't take long for them to pass through this passage. Finally, on the second day, the purple gold sword servant was the first to walk out of the passage. He came to a side hall, but when he walked out of the door, the dozens of doors around him instantly closed, including the one behind him. Then, the ceiling suddenly opened, and a purple gold battle beast fell down. This purple gold battle beast charged towards the purple gold sword servant without saying anything. What's going on? Yi Xian was a little confused. The purple gold sword servant shouldn't be recognized, so why was he attacked? However, he couldn't care less and immediately ordered the purple gold sword servant to counterattack. Chapter 2048. Battle God's Mount. Yi Xian ordered the sword god's clone to use a skill to summon a silver giant dragon. Although a silver-grade mount was not as powerful as a gold-grade mount, it was still very helpful in this battle. In addition, the old tree and black horn also attacked together. Even Wei Zhentian turned into the void spirit divine armor and put it on the old tree. Rumble. A series of loud noises reverberated in the side hall. At this time, Yi Xian discovered that there were many corpses in the palace. It seemed that they were all killed by this purple gold battle beast. It's about the level of a 4th stage half-step Imperial Emperor. It's not too strong. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly as he thought to himself. He guessed that this was one of the checkpoints in the purple gold ruins. They had to kill this purple gold battle beast before they could continue to move forward. Immediately, he ordered Blackhorn to devour the corpses into the devouring space. There were a total of 9 corpses. They were not weak. They were at least 3rd stage half-step imperial emperors when they were alive. Yi Xian obtained their yin and yang rings and their heavenly fates before devouring them. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 3rd stage half-step imperial emperor. When the system notification sounded, the Sword God's clone and the others' auras suddenly skyrocketed. However, even if they broke through to 3rd stage half-step Imperial Emperor, the Sword God's clone and the others spent a lot of time to deal with this purple gold battle beast. Crack! With a crisp sound, the purple gold battle beast was directly blasted into pieces of purple gold. Then, the surrounding doors opened again. It was only a 4th stage half-step Imperial Emperor purple gold battle beast. It was not enough to stop Yi Xian. Yi Xian ordered the Sword God's clone to go over and check. He found that there was a supreme-grade purple gold stone in this purple gold battle beast. Previously, on the way here, he had killed a weaker purple gold battle beast. That purple gold battle beast also had a supreme-grade purple gold stone in its body. However, the purple gold ore that Yi Xian had obtained was so purple that it was black. Ding! The black gold stone can be used to strengthen the violet gold sword servants. Once strengthened to a certain level, the violet gold sword servants can evolve into black gold sword servants. Do you want to upgrade it now? The system suddenly prompted. Hearing this, Yi Xian answered without hesitation, yes. Next, the violet gold sword servant fused with the black gold rock, causing its strength to increase. Yi Xian had heard of black gold ore before. It was an ore that was of a higher grade than purple gold Oregon. The black gold liquid inside could also be used to forge pseudo-thearch artifacts. At the same time, the top-quality black gold ore was one of the materials used to craft Emperor's artifacts. Although there was only a one-word difference between a quasi-emperor artifact and a quasi-emperor artifact, it was the difference between a half-step sovereign emperor and a sovereign emperor. An emperor weapon was a weapon at the imperial emperor level. From this, it could be seen how precious supreme-grade black gold ore was. No wonder this purple gold beast is so strong. It's because it has black gold stone in its body. I wonder if there are top-grade black gold stones in this violet gold ruins. Yi Xian thought to himself. If there were top-grade black gold stones, then the violet gold sword servant would probably be able to evolve into a black gold sword servant. This purple gold beast had already been dealt with, so Yi Xian had the Sword God's clone and the violet gold sword servant randomly choose a few paths to enter. This violet gold ruins was a little like an ant's nest. It was connected in all directions. Although there was only one path to take each time, Yi Xian was sure that some paths would lead to the same place. Along the way, Yi Xian saw many corpses. However, this time, the corpses he encountered were not weak when they were alive. They were at least 3rd stage half-step sovereign emperors. Presumably, these people were all experts who had passed the first trial. In this way, Yi Xian benefited from it. Then, he continued to advance. Blackhorn, the old tree, and the other weaker ones would be killed by the purple gold beasts along the way. Therefore, he could only rely on the violet gold sword servant and the Sword God's clone to travel. This stay lasted for more than 10 days. In these 10 days, Yi Xian obtained a huge amount of fate and natural treasures that could improve his birth chart. His realm had already broken through to 6th stage half-step sovereign emperor. During this time, he passed 3 trials in succession. In other words, he defeated 3 purple gold beasts in the palace and obtained some black gold stones. Today, he arrived at the 5th side hall. At this moment, there was a huge purple gold beast in front of him. Its realm had probably reached 8th stage half-step sovereign emperor. Yi Xian ordered the violet gold sword servant and the sword god's clone to attack together, but they could not hurt this purple gold beast. Helpless, he could only decide to use his trump card. Divine Sword Technique. A divine sword tore through the purple gold relic and slashed at the purple gold battle beast, cutting it in half. What a joke. The divine sword technique could even break through the sky, let alone this 8th stage half-step sovereign emperor. In an instant, Yi Xian obtained a large black gold stone from the beast's body and greatly strengthened the violet gold sword servant. However, this violet gold ruins had the ability to repair itself. The crack on the top of its head was instantly repaired. However, this did not matter. After all, Yi Xian did not want to leave. However, after using the divine sword technique, this skill entered a cooldown state and could not be used again. Fortunately, Yi Xian had a large number of quasi-emperor artifact swords on him. In an instant, 4/5 of the cooldown was restored. However, right at the moment when this rank 8 half-step Imperial Emperor level purple golden battle beast died, a figure suddenly appeared in the center of the side palace hall. Hello. When the voice entered Yi Xian's ears, he was a little surprised. You are? Yi Xian looked at the phantom youth in front of him and could not help but ask. I'm Monarch Zi Jin, the owner of this ruin. The young man said. Oh, so it's Senior. Yi Xian quickly cupped his fists. There's no need to be so polite. I have a request. Monarch Zi Jin said. Senior, please tell me. Monarch Zi Jin paused and said, to be honest, although I'm the owner of this ruin, I'm actually sealed here. So, I want you to help me escape. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. He originally thought that Monarch Zi Jin was already dead and that the person in front of him was just a remnant soul. This ruin was actually Monarch Zi Jin's tomb. However, he did not expect that Monarch Zi Jin was only sealed by someone else. Just as he was surprised, a system notification rang in his mind. Ding! Host has triggered a chain random mission. Help Monarch Zi Jin escape. Yi Xian's eyebrows twitched. He had not encountered a chain random mission in a long time. He immediately accepted it. How do I break the seal? Yi Xian asked. It's very simple. I'm sealed under the central palace of this ruin. In the central palace, there's a black gold beast at the peak of the half-step Imperial Emperor. As long as you can kill it, I can break the seal. Chapter 2049. It's that simple. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Simple. The purple gold monarch was very surprised. He said, originally, there was only one black gold battle beast at the peak of the 9th stage half-step sovereign emperor realm in the purple gold ruins. I was the one who secretly created the others. My purpose was to pick out people with potential to help me escape. It's already pretty good that you were able to kill this rank 8 half-step sovereign emperor black gold battle beast. However, you should know that the one in the central palace is 10 times stronger than this one. If you were to step into the central palace, you would be instantly killed. If that's the case, I'm afraid I can't help you. Yi Xian shook his head. Don't be anxious. Let me finish. Emperor Zi Jin shook his head and said, back then, I was severely injured by a sneak attack. Then, I was sealed here. That person left behind a powerful black gold battle beast to suppress me. However, I can give you the black gold stones that I condensed. You can use them to strengthen this puppet of yours. After hearing this, Yi Xian was a little surprised. He asked, condensed black gold stones. That's right. I'm not a human. I'm a purple gold demon. We can condense purple gold stones, supreme grade purple gold stones, black gold stones, and even supreme grade black gold stones. Unfortunately, I was heavily injured and sealed here. At most, I can condense black gold stones. Emperor Zijin shook his head. He was originally an imperial emperor. After being heavily injured, he was only a 9th grade half-step imperial emperor. He couldn't even break the seal. Supreme grade black gold stones. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, "Senior, how many black gold stones do you have?" "Wait." After saying this, Emperor Zijin disappeared. Yi Xian waited for a while. Not long after, a black gold battle beast returned with a Qian Kuan ring in its mouth. At the same time, Emperor Zijin's figure appeared again. "I've been trapped for so many years. I can only break a small hole in the seal. This Qian Kuan ring contains the black gold stones that I condensed over the years." Emperor Zijin asked the black gold battle beast to pass the Qian Kuan ring to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at it and his eyes lit up. There were at least 10,000 black gold ores inside, which was more than enough for a purple gold sword servant to evolve into a black gold sword servant. At that moment, Yi Xian used all the black gold ores to strengthen the violet gold sword servants. Ding! Purple gold sword servant has evolved into black gold sword servant. As for the rest, Yi Xian used them all to forge pseudo-thearch weapons and then restored the cooldown of the divine sword technique. Now, Yi Xian had the ability to kill the black gold battle beast. "Senior, please let me pass," Yi Xian said to Monarch Zijin. "Now?" Emperor Zijin was surprised to hear this. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded and said, "Don't worry, Senior. The one standing in front of you right now is also a puppet. My original body is not there." "Puppet?" Monarch Zijin was stunned. He could feel that the sword god's doppelganger was a body of flesh and blood. How could it be a puppet? However, since Yi Xian said so himself, it should be true. After all, he was only an illusion now. "Alright, then go ahead and try." Monarch Zijin didn't say anything else. He simply opened the biggest door. Then, the black gold sword servant and the sword god's doppelganger walked in side by side. These doors were protected by formations. If they did not pass through, they would not be able to see what was behind the doors. After the black gold sword servant and the sword god's doppelganger walked in, they saw a huge black gold giant in the middle of the palace. This black gold giant must be the black gold battle beast that suppressed Monarch Zijin. Boom! At this moment, the 100-meter-tall black gold giant suddenly moved. It had been ordered to kill anyone who stepped into the central palace. The sword god's doppelganger and the black gold sword servant did not say anything and immediately started fighting. This black gold giant was a peak 9th stage half-step imperial emperor. It was very strong. However, the sword god's doppelganger and the black gold sword servant were only 6th stage half-step imperial emperors. There was a difference of 3 realms. The difference of 3 realms made it impossible for the sword god's doppelganger and the black gold sword servant to hurt the black gold giant. "I don't care anymore." Slash! Yi Xian did not care so much and directly used the divine sword technique. The purple gold historical site was opened again. Boom! The divine sword fell and cut the black golden giant into 2 halves, killing it instantly. Not to mention this rank 9 half-step imperial lord level black golden giant, even if a monarch were to be struck by it, he would still die. In this way, the biggest boss of the purple gold historical site was killed by Yi Xian. Immediately, Yi Xian rushed over and took the black gold stone in the black gold giant's body along with the corpse. A supreme grade black gold stone. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly realized that this black gold stone was actually a supreme grade black gold stone. This thing could only be condensed by an imperial emperor of the purple gold tribe. It seemed that the person who suppressed imperial emperor of the purple gold tribe had really put in a lot of effort. However, what Yi Xian could not understand was why that person did not directly kill Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe when he was already seriously injured. Instead, he suppressed him. Just as he was feeling surprised, the center of the central palace suddenly began to tremble. Something seemed to want to break out of the ground. Yi Xian understood that this must be Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe, so he immediately followed and cooperated with him. In a short while, the seal was broken, and Yi Xian finally saw Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe. However, Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe situation was much worse than he had imagined. Thank you very much. Otherwise, I don't know if I can leave this damn place in my lifetime. As soon as Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe appeared, he immediately thanked him. Previously, his heavenly fate rank had already exceeded 34, which was the Imperial Emperor rank. However, as he was sealed, his heavenly fate continued to be consumed, so his realm dropped. In addition, he continued to condense black gold stones and then used his heavenly fate rank to form the Purple Gold Beast and Black Gold Beast, which worsened his decline. Therefore, he was only a 6th-stage half-step Imperial Emperor now. Senior, you're too kind. Yi Xian grinned. This time, if it were not for Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe, he would probably have to spend a lot of time to get through the Purple Gold Tribe's ruins. Moreover, his chain random mission was triggered because of Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe. He wondered what kind of reward he would get after this chain random mission was completed. I've been sealed for many years, and I've been desperately condensing black gold stones all these years. I'm only a 7th-stage half-step Imperial Emperor. I need to find a safe place to recover my strength. Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe said. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he said, I happen to have a place here. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe's reply. He asked Blackhorn and the Old Tree to perform a double devour and directly absorb Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe into the devouring space. Then, Wei Zhintian turned into the beast god Bell and forcibly controlled Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe, who was only a 6th-stage half-step Imperial Emperor. Chapter 2050. Ding! Host has completed the first round of the chain random task. At this moment, the system's notification sounded, but there was no notification for the second round. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked Emperor Zi Jin to explain the situation, such as why he was imprisoned here. I am Zi Jin, the young master of the Zi Jin family. Countless years ago, I was ambushed by my cousin, Zi Feng, and was imprisoned here, Emperor Zi Jin said. Hearing this, Yi Xian asked curiously, why did Zi Feng ambush you and only imprison you here? Why didn't he kill you? Zi Feng wanted to be the leader of the Zi Jin family, and I was in his way, so he ambushed me. However, he didn't dare to kill me, because once I died, the family would know. As long as he imprisoned me, the family would just think that I was traveling outside. Emperor Zi Jin replied. Oh, then do you think he has become the leader? Yi Xian asked again. I'm not very sure, because he destroyed my Qian Kun ring that day, so I can't take over the family. However, I think that with his methods, he should have already become the leader, Zi Jin said. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Host has triggered the second round of the chain random task, escort Emperor Zi Jin back to the Zi Jin family. As expected, this task was related to Emperor Zi Jin, and the second round of the task had been triggered. Now, Emperor Zi Jin was under Yi Xian's control. For convenience, he directly searched Emperor Zi Jin's soul. This search allowed Yi Xian to discover a secret that was buried in Emperor Zi Jin's heart. The ancestor of the Zi Jin family was a purple gold. Later on, he mutated and cultivated into a human form, and then continued to reproduce. Later on, another mutated person was born in the Zi Jin family. This member of the Zi Jin family had a black gold ore in his body. Then, the leader planted the black gold ore, and then a black gold ore vein was formed. In the end, the Zijin family continued to devour the black gold to strengthen themselves, and the strength of the entire Zijin family increased rapidly. And today, Monarch Zijin's body actually had such a black gold mineral seed. In other words, Yi Xian could also create a black gold ore vein. This black gold ore vein, together with the devouring space, would be very effective. At that moment, Yi Xian directly told the Purple Gold Emperor to take out the black gold mine. This didn't affect the Purple Gold Emperor in the slightest. This was also a change that happened when Emperor Zijin was trapped in the Purple Gold Relic. Yi Xian picked a piece of land in the devouring space, and then planted the black gold ore vein. Together with all kinds of treasures, the land began to turn black instantly, and emitted a faint black gold light. Black gold. The black gold vein had already been formed and was starting to spread. Although this speed was slow, one should not forget that this was within the devouring space. One day in the outside world was equivalent to nearly 18,000 years in the devouring space. The black golds of the black gold ore vein was the black gold ore vein of the purple gold ore. Moreover, the black gold ore produced here was even better than the supreme-grade purple gold ore. There might even be supreme-grade black gold ore here. As long as there were those special treasures, the black gold ore vein could continuously expand the ore vein, forming a never-ending ore vein. Not bad, not bad. The black gold produced in the future can be used to forge quasi-emperor weapons, restore the cooldown of the divine sword technique, and strengthen the black gold sword servants. This is killing two birds with one stone. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, if I can get the Zijin family's black gold ore vein, the efficiency will be greatly increased. Thinking of this, he could not wait and immediately left the Zijin underground palace. After being sealed for so many years, Emperor Zijin had already given all his wealth to Yi Xian. Now, he was penniless. However, just as Yi Xian was about to head to the Zijin family, rumble. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently as if the end of the world had arrived. What's going on? Yi Xian could not figure out what was going on. He looked over and realized that the Zijin ruins were beginning to collapse. Smoke and dust filled the air and shrouded the entire place. Rumble. Suddenly, an enormous hand stretched out from the ground and slapped down, flattening the entire violet gold historical site. At this moment, Yi Xian had already hidden far away. Following that, another hand stretched out. Then, with a push of both hands, a huge head stretched out. Emperor Zijin, what is this? Yi Xian hurriedly released the purple gold emperor. When the latter came out to take a look, he was shocked. This is also a black gold battle beast, but its core is probably a supreme-grade black gold ore. Emperor Zijin said in shock. A supreme-grade black gold battle beast. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He did not expect such a terrifying black gold battle beast to exist under the Zijin palace. Moreover, even Emperor Zijin did not know about it. At this moment, this supreme-grade black gold battle beast had already crawled out from the ground. Its huge eyes were staring in the direction of Yi Xian and Emperor Zijin. Oh no, it's a guardian battle beast made by Zifeng. Once I escape, it will come out and kill me. Emperor Zijin's expression changed drastically. Compared to the 9th grade half-step Emperor Black Gold Giant in front of him, it paled in comparison. This supreme-grade Black Gold Giant had probably reached the Emperor realm. *CK, I can't use the divine sword technique now. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and quickly kept Emperor Zijin into the devouring space. When this supreme-grade black gold giant saw Emperor Zijin disappear, its gaze fell on the sword god clone. Then, it crawled out from the ground and rushed toward the sword god clone. Rumble. This supreme-grade black gold giant was not slow. When it ran, it was like a super earthquake. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the sword god clone. Bang! It stomped on the sword god's clone and the black gold sword servant. Crack! Although it had already advanced once, the black gold sword servant was still directly trampled to death. As for the sword god clone, he was not injured at all. It seemed that this matter could not be settled peacefully. There doesn't seem to be any powerful forces nearby. It seems that we can only wait. Yi Xian thought to himself. In the surrounding forces, at most, there were high-level half-step Emperor Realm people. Facing this supreme-grade black gold giant at the Emperor Realm was courting death. Therefore, Yi Xian could only let the sword god clone stall this supreme-grade black gold giant and wait. Wait for the black gold mine to produce black gold, then make it into a quasi-emperor weapon and let the divine sword technique cool down. Chapter 2051. Just like that, Yi Xian started to wait for time. This wait lasted for 10 days. After 10 days, the cooldown of the divine sword technique was finally over. Then, the sword god's doppelganger slashed at the supreme-grade black gold giant. The sword cut the supreme-grade black gold giant into two halves as if it was cutting tofu. Instant kill. Yi Xian immediately went over and kept the corpse. There was indeed a piece of supreme-grade black gold stone in the body of this supreme-grade black gold giant. Without hesitation, Yi Xian used it to strengthen the black gold sword servant. This time, fortunately, there was a black gold stone. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not have been able to obtain so many black gold stones and restore the cooldown of the divine sword technique. If this supreme-grade black gold giant was allowed to leave, this area would suffer a heavy blow. Fortunately, Yi Xian dealt with it. Since the matter was settled, Yi Xian would head to the Zijin family next. Before the Zijin family was trapped, there were hundreds of emperors in the Zijin family. He wondered how the Zijin family had developed now. According to the memories of the Zijin family, there was a one-way teleportation array that led back to the family. Therefore, Yi Xian spent 3 days to find this teleportation array. Whoosh! The teleportation array started to move. However, only the sword god's doppelganger was teleporting. Soon, the sword god's doppelganger landed. However, what surprised him was that the teleportation array seemed to have been abandoned for many years. This is a tragedy. The Zijin family actually moved away. Yi Xian rolled his eyes helplessly. It seemed that he had to search for the Zijin family. He hoped that the Zijin family had left behind some clues. He randomly chose a direction and headed forward. After a day, he found a city. Therefore, he went in to ask around. Unfortunately, most people had never heard of the Zijin family. This city was built later. However, he did not believe that no one here knew about it. Find the Zijin family, the former overlord of this area. Those who know will be rewarded with 10,000 black gold stones. Yi Xian went directly to the city lord's mansion. He spent some money and posted a reward. When this news came out, the entire city was in an uproar. 10,000 pieces of black gold rock was not a small number. Most people would have a headache when they heard this number. They didn't know how many there were. However, those with higher cultivation realms knew the value of this. Even the large families in the city might not be able to take out 10,000 pieces of black gold rock. And in this way, he only needed a single piece of information to obtain it. However, when these people heard the word Zijin clan, they were all dumbfounded. Who had heard of this family? Sigh, I have nowhere to spend my money. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Finally, on the 10th day after the mission was issued, someone finally used the communication token that Yi Xian had left in the city lord's mansion. I know where the Zijin clan is. A voice sounded from the communication token. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian hurriedly grabbed the communication token and replied, "Where?" "I can tell you, but I want to know, why are you looking for this Zijin clan?" "Then why don't you tell me why you are asking this question?" Yi Xian asked back. This question made the other party fall silent. After a long while, the other party replied, "I am at the entrance of the city lord's mansion." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian hurriedly broke through the void and went over. Then, he saw a young man standing at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. After seeing this young man, Yi Xian was a little surprised because he felt that this young man was somewhat familiar. This aura seemed to be similar to Zi Yang's. Could it be that he was also a member of the Zijin clan? Coincidentally, Monarch Zijin was behind Yi Xian. When this young man saw Monarch Zijin, he was shocked. "Big brother!" the young man shouted. Yi Xian hurriedly recalled and realized that this young man was actually Monarch Zijin's younger brother, Ziyin. No wonder he knew where the Zijin clan was. So he was from the Zijin clan. "Younger brother, it's you." Zijin was slightly surprised. The two brothers were actually able to meet in this place. Their luck was really good. "Big brother, where have you been all these years? Why haven't I heard from you at all?" Ziyin couldn't help but ask. "I was sealed by Zifeng and only escaped recently. However, when I returned to the clan, I discovered that the clan had already moved away," Zijin replied. "Zifeng." Ziyin raised his eyebrows and said, "Bastard. Let's not talk about this for now. How is the clan now?" Zijin asked again. "The clan is fine. Previously, our clan found a place that was more suitable for the Zijin clan, so our entire clan moved there. However, Zifeng has already become the patriarch of the Zijin clan and changed the name to the Zijin clan," Ziyin said. When Zijin heard this, he couldn't help but mutter, as expected, he has become the patriarch. Zifeng is very capable. After becoming the patriarch, the clan has indeed continued to grow stronger. However, he acts arrogantly and is now pushing our clan aside. During this period of time, many clan members have died mysteriously. I suspect that he is the culprit," Ziyin said. "Since Zifeng can attack me, he can naturally attack others as well," Zijin said. Zifeng was the son of his uncle and was related to him by blood. However, since he could attack him for the sake of power, after becoming the patriarch, he was naturally unrestrained. Thus, Zijin decided that he absolutely could not allow Zifeng to continue. However, although his current strength had recovered to that of a rank 8 half-step imperial emperor, it was simply insufficient for the current patriarch of the Black Gold clan. "Big brother, follow me back to the clan first. Father will definitely be very happy," Ziyin said. Hearing this, Zijin directly shook his head. "Back then, Zifeng attacked me. If I were to appear now, wouldn't I be telling others about his scheme back then?" "No, big brother, you only need to disguise yourself. Furthermore, our branch has already separated from the main clan and has our own territory. Zifeng won't know," Ziyin said. "Since that's the case, fine." Zijin nodded and agreed. After that, Ziyin brought Zijin and Yi Xian and hurried to the Zijin clan. On the way, Yi Xian also learned about the current situation of the Zijin clan. Before Zijin was sealed, his father was the patriarch. The Zijin clan possessed 100 Imperial Emperor-level experts. And now, the Zijin clan was so powerful that they possessed rank 6 Imperial Emperor-level experts. This was all thanks to the Black Gold vein. However, the Black Gold vein was in the Black Gold clan. After the Zijin clan moved out, they started to decline. After all, they were suppressed by Zifeng. Moving out could be considered to be in accordance with Zi Feng's wishes. This time, although they had Ziyin leading the way to the Zijin clan, they still spent a month's time. Without Ziyin, it would likely take Yi Xian 3 months to find the Zijin clan. At this moment, Zijin had already disguised himself. Then, he was led by Ziyin into the Zijin clan. On the way back, Ziyin had already informed the patriarch of this matter through a transmission talisman. Chapter 2052. Ding! Host has completed the second round of the chain random quest. After Zijin returned to the Zijin family, a system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. After Zijin's father heard about it, he was very happy and quickly came to see him. Zijin, you're finally back. Zijin's father, Zi Lai, couldn't help but say. Father, why do you look a little off? Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, Zijin still felt that something was off. Zi Lai paused for a moment before replying, Sigh, just this morning, another 3 clansmen died. Did Zi Feng do it? Zijin asked. I'm not sure, but there's an 80% chance that it was him. We never found the corpses of those people, otherwise, I could have revived them. Zi Lai shook his head helplessly. He was already a 5th-rank Imperial Emperor expert. Reviving 1st-rank and 2nd-rank Imperial Emperors was extremely easy for him. However, without corpses, even a 9th-rank Imperial Emperor would be powerless. This Zi Feng is truly deranged. We were born from the same root, but he actually wants to exterminate our clan. Zijin couldn't help but say. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, the other branches are all subordinate to him. Moreover, he's also a 6th-rank Imperial Emperor. We're simply no match for him. Zi Lai shook his head. Everyone was silent. At this moment, Zijin suddenly said, Father, this is my savior, Yi Xian. Moreover, he's very capable. We can get him to help us transform into my appearance and then confront Zi Feng. This seems to be useless. Even if you confront him with his current abilities, no one would dare to say anything. Zi Lai shook his head. Then we can't let him do as he pleases. At most, we'll just fight. Ziyin was also provoked and shouted angrily. There's no rush. Zijin has extremely high cultivation talent. Now that he has the black gold stones, he can quickly recover his strength and break through. As long as he grows in secret, we won't have to fear Zi Feng anymore. After Zi Lai finished speaking, he took out 10 black gold stones and said, Zijin, these are 10 top-quality black gold stones. Take them and refine them. As expected of a great clan. They took out 10 top-quality black gold stones in one go. With these 10 top-quality black gold stones, Zijin might be able to quickly break through to 3rd-rank Imperial Emperor. At the current level, it was not only possible to increase one's level by stealing others' fates. As long as one strengthened one's own body or increased one's own saint energy, one's fate's level would be increased. In short, the stronger one was, the more they would be favored by the heavens. However, Supreme Monarch of Zijin was now under Yi Xian's control. Therefore, these 10 supreme-grade black gold ores would fall into Yi Xian's pocket. Ding! The host has triggered the 3rd round of the chain mission, Kill Zi Feng. The system prompted. Previously, he had already spent quite a bit of time searching for the Zijin clan and hurrying on with his journey. If he did not hurry up, his rewards would be completely deducted. Therefore, Yi Xian asked Monarch Zijin to stay in the Zijin clan while the sword god avatar left. Half of the 10 black gold stones were used to strengthen the black gold sword attendants. The rest were used as backups. When the time came, they could quickly cool down the divine sword technique. However, before Yi Xian left, he first dismembered Emperor of the Purple Gold. Apart from the head, everything else was devoured by the mask of authenticity. If Emperor of the Purple Gold did not die, it would be easy to recover. However, if it died, it would consume a large amount of fate to revive. Now, the mask of authenticity was already 80% authentic. Even Zi Jin's father, Zi Lai, would not be able to recognize it. Then Yi Xian asked the sword god avatar to wear the mask of authenticity and disguise himself as Emperor of Zi Jin. He then headed to the Black Gold clan. This Black Gold clan was 100 times stronger than before. The current clan master, Zi Feng, was already a rank 6 Imperial Emperor expert. Although Yi Xian's original body had experienced many things on the way to the Zi Jin clan, he was only a rank 9 half Imperial Emperor now. It was still not time for him to fight against Zi Feng. However, he could start from other aspects. For example, the Black Gold Mine. At this moment, Yi Xian had already arrived near the Black Gold Mine. This place was an important area of the Black Gold clan. However, the sword god avatar had the Void Spirit divine armor, which fooled many people. He arrived at the entrance of the Black Gold Mine. Then, he asked the old tree and black horn to make a diversion. Just like that, he entered the Black Gold Mine. This Black Gold Mine was hundreds or even thousands of times bigger than the one in the devouring space. After all, this Black Gold Mine had been formed for countless years. However, only the center of the Black Gold Mine was guarded by experts. Under normal circumstances, it would be some ordinary people mining the Black Gold Mine. This time, Yi Xian wanted to make the Black Gold clan bleed a lot. Collect them. Without saying anything, he began to use the devouring space to mine the Black Gold Mine. His speed was much faster than others. It was best for ordinary people to collect the complete Black Gold Mine. That way, the price would be higher. However, Yi Xian was different. He did not have such a requirement. In any case, he just collected all of the Black Gold Mine. After all, these Black Gold Mine were all used by him to forge Emperor artifacts. In the following period of time, Yi Xian collected a large amount of Black Gold Mine. The amount was as high as 100,000. There were also many top-grade Black Gold Mine. The strength of the Black Gold Sword servants had undergone a tremendous change. At this moment, a nearby Black Gold clan expert noticed something amiss. He immediately went over to check. However, he did not find anything. However, just as he turned around, the sound of a strong wind came from behind him. Rip! A crisp sound was heard. This second-rank Imperial Emperor of the Black Gold clan was directly beheaded by Yi Xian. The heavenly fate and the corpse were all collected by Yi Xian in an instant. Now, he was standing on the side of the Purple Gold clan. Anyone from the Black Gold clan was his enemy. Yi Xian, who was already a half-step Imperial Emperor, was very lacking in heavenly fate. This was because as long as he had enough heavenly fate, he would be able to break through to the Imperial Emperor realm. Based on his current situation, this realm should not be too far away. In the following period of time, Yi Xian wandered around the Black Gold Mine. Anyone from the Black Gold clan that he encountered could not escape death. However, these people's realms were not high. At most, they were only third-rank Imperial Emperors. Therefore, they all turned into Yi Xian's experience points. At this moment, Yi Xian had obtained another heavenly fate. He quickly devoured it. In the next moment, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The heavenly fate has been upgraded to 34th grade. Host has broken through to first-rank Imperial Emperor. Finally, Yi Xian broke through. Although there was a difference of a whole realm between a half-step Imperial Emperor and an Imperial Emperor, the increase in strength was much less than that of a Samsara Dao Lord and a half-step Imperial Emperor. However, this was already very good. This meant that Yi Xian could go and see the depths of the Black Gold Mine. The depths of the black gold mine was where the black gold mine was located. It was said that in the years when the purple gold emperor was sealed, the black gold clan gave birth to 2 more disciples who had condensed the black gold mine. Chapter 2053. If I can obtain these 3 black gold ores, the expansion speed of the black gold ores in the devouring space will increase by several times. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. However, there were a large number of experts guarding the depths of the black gold ores. Other than the 5 rank 4 imperial emperors, there was also a rank 5 imperial emperor. This defense could be said to be impregnable. It would not be that easy to obtain the black gold ores from these people. However, it was even more impossible for him to stop Yi Xian at this level. Immediately, the sword god's clone charged straight in. Furthermore, he immediately unleashed his ultimate move upon disagreeing. Divine Sword Technique. A divine sword appeared out of thin air and slashed down. With lightning speed, it killed one of the imperial emperors. In an instant, there was one less person. At this moment, there were only 4 rank 4 imperial emperors and that rank 5 imperial emperor left in the depths of the black gold ores. Battle God Mount. Black gold sword attendant. The sword god's clone first summoned the old tree and black horn. Then, he summoned the battle god mount and the black gold sword attendant. This time, Yi Xian's summoning was not bad. He summoned a gold rank mount. Merely, in this sort of situation, if this gold rank mount were to join hands with others, it would, at the very most, be able to stop 2 rank 4 imperial emperors. As for the rest, there was nothing they could do. However, their goal this time was not to kill everyone. Instead, they were going to obtain the 3 black gold ores. At this moment, Eye of Assassination. The sword god's clone's eyes flashed. His figure instantly disappeared and appeared behind a rank 5 imperial emperor guarding the black gold ores. What? This rank 5 imperial emperor was extremely shocked. In the next moment, he saw the sword god's clone slash out with his full strength. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. This rank 5 imperial emperor blocked the sword god's clone's attack. However, in the next moment, the sword in his hand suddenly exploded. The sword god's clone also possessed the demigod sword god bloodline. Thus, he possessed absolute control over swords. Furthermore, he was able to use sword burst. The better the quality of the sword in his hand, the more powerful sword burst would be. Of course, if the quality of the sword was too good, he would not be able to use sword burst. Bang! The sword shattered into countless pieces and instantly entered that rank 5 imperial emperor's body. Fortunately, this rank 5 sovereign emperor was a member of the purple gold clan. Furthermore, he had been strengthened by the black gold clan all year round, so his body was extremely tough. I'll take it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the sword god avatar attacked again. Another divine sword fell and instantly broke the seal on the 3 black gold minerals. Then, the black gold minerals inside were directly absorbed into the old tree's devouring space. Previously, Yi Xian had collected a large amount of black gold ores. Therefore, after using the divine sword technique once, he immediately devoured the pseudo-emperor weapons and recovered his cooldown. Bastard! The reason for that was because those 3 black gold ores were the lifeblood of their black gold clan. If they were to lose them, their black gold clan would have no one to rely on in the future. It was precisely because it was so important that he, a rank 5 imperial emperor, was sent to oversee it. Other than that, there were also 5 rank 4 imperial emperors. His strength was already sufficient to face a rank 6 imperial emperor. Unfortunately, those 3 black gold minerals were still obtained by Yi Xian. We cannot stay here for long. Let's go. Without saying anything else, Yi Xian ordered the sword god avatar to retreat. However, he had taken away the black gold minerals. These people from the Black Gold clan would not let him off so easily. After that rank 5 Imperial Emperor attacked, the Old Tree, Black Horn and the Silver Mount all died miserably. As for that Black Gold sword attendant, because it had been strengthened many times, it was very resistant to grass and was still standing strong. You asked for this. At this moment, the sword god avatar flashed behind another person and slashed down again. Another divine sword appeared and killed a rank 4 Imperial Emperor. With the enormous black gold ores as support, the divine sword technique's cooldown recovery was very fast. Although it was impossible to forge a good emperor weapon with just black gold ores, Yi Xian did not have any other materials. Furthermore, he had the most black gold ores. Thus, he used them to increase the cooldown of the divine sword technique. Seeing that his companions had died miserably, that rank 5 Imperial Emperor immediately went mad. At the same time, the others also quickly reported this matter to Zifeng. What a joke! The Black Gold clan's most important black gold minerals had been snatched away. The importance of this matter was second only to the destruction of their clan. Unfortunately, if the sword god avatar wanted to leave, they would not be able to stop him. However, the sword god avatar did not have any intention of leaving. Instead, he silently put away the black gold sword attendant and acted as a punching bag. In any case, since he could not kill him, he would just vent his anger. At the same time, Yi Xian, who had obtained the 3 black gold minerals, had already planted them in his devouring space. The 4 black gold minerals were able to form black gold ores at all times. With every second that passed in the outside world, Yi Xian would gain something. How could this be described as pleasurable? After the Black Gold clan's current clan leader, Zifeng, received the news, he immediately rushed over. A bunch of trash. You can't even stop a single rank 1 Imperial Emperor. Zifeng cursed angrily. Clan leader, this person's abilities are exceptional. Furthermore, I do not know how he refined his body. My attacks were simply ineffective against him. Furthermore, I have already taken away his Cosmos ring. However, the things inside are not in it, that rank 5 Imperial Emperor immediately replied. Humph. Zifeng immediately examined the sword god avatar carefully. Sure enough, the sword god avatar did not have any other Cosmos rings on him. Feeling helpless, he decided to first capture the sword god avatar and then search his soul. However, it was impossible for him to capture the sword god avatar. One must know that the sword god avatar possessed an unparalleled body. Apart from being unparalleled, he was also immune to all sorts of oppressive might. Even if an eternal Imperial Emperor was present, they would not be able to suppress him. Whoosh! Zifeng turned into a ray of black light and flew toward the sword god avatar. He slapped his palm onto the sword god avatar's shoulder. However, in the next moment, the sword god avatar's figure instantly disappeared. Then, he appeared behind a rank 4 Imperial Emperor. Divine Sword Technique. Slash! In an instant, another rank 4 Imperial Emperor was killed. His corpse was taken away along with his destiny. However, this was already the last time Yi Xian used the divine sword technique. The black gold ores he obtained from the black gold ore vein had all been used up. However, he had already obtained 4 black gold ores. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to recover. When the surrounding Black Gold family's people saw that their clan leader was actually unable to do anything to the sword god avatar, they were astonished. A rank 6 Imperial Emperor was actually unable to injure a rank 2 Imperial Emperor. How was this possible? The battle here had also attracted the attention of many people. Immediately, there were people who were guessing who the sword god avatar was. He was actually able to withstand the attacks of a rank 6 Imperial Emperor head-on. Wasn't this a bit too frightening? Ha ha ha, the Black Gold family's people are actually unable to injure me in the slightest. Instead, their clansmen are continuously dying. If this matter were to spread, everyone in your black gold family would definitely know about it. Chapter 2054. Hearing those words, Zifeng's expression changed. Unfortunately, he was still unable to injure the sword god's clone. This battle continued for a very long time. No one from the Black Gold clan was able to injure the sword god's clone. On the other hand, the sword god's clone was able to rely on his extraordinary abilities to continuously kill the people from the Black Gold clan. In the end, Zifeng ordered everyone to retreat, leaving behind only him and the 3 rank 5 imperial emperors. The battle continued for an entire day. The sword god's clone was like an undefeatable god of war. He continuously fell and stood back up. This caused the surrounding people to be shocked speechless. Was this still a human? On the other side, after an entire day, the black gold ore vein in the devouring space had expanded by quite a bit. The amount of black gold ore it produced was astonishingly large. The cooldown of the divine sword technique had already been restored. At this moment, the sword god's clone's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. What? Where did he go? Zifeng was shocked. Even he, a rank 6 imperial emperor, was unable to see where the sword god's clone had gone. At this moment, the sword god's clone had already put on the void spirit divine armor and quietly left the battlefield. Then, he suddenly reappeared. Divine sword technique. A heaven-cleaving divine sword instantly appeared and slashed down. SSS. A rank 4 imperial emperor was sliced in 2 and died miserably on the spot. Everyone was dumbfounded. Before they could react, the sword god's clone had put away the corpse in Tianming. In the next moment, the sword god's clone's aura increased dramatically. Ding! Host made a breakthrough. Host is currently a rank 2 imperial emperor. Finally, after killing so many people, Yi Xian made a breakthrough. He now possessed the strength to kill rank 5 imperial emperors. However, as the cooldown of the divine sword technique had yet to be restored, he was still unable to kill them. At the same time, the people from the Black Gold clan and Zifeng also understood why Yi Xian was staying here. It turned out that he was toying with them. Yi Xian originally had the ability to escape. However, he refused to do so. It turned out that he wanted to make a false accusation. If this continued, the Black Gold clan would likely be annihilated. Who are you? Zifeng immediately stopped and asked. Hearing those words, the sword god's clone smiled. Then, he used the mask to transform into the appearance of the purple gold monarch. Immediately, someone recognized him. Purple gold. Zifeng was astonished. He naturally also recognized Zi Jin. After all, he was Zi Jin's older cousin. At the same time, he was also the one who had sealed Zi Jin. After he had sealed Zi Jin, he had taken over the position of family head. As his power and strength increased, he had forgotten about Zi Jin. Who would have thought that Zi Jin would actually be able to break through the seal and arrive here? Furthermore, his strength had increased. Cousin, back then when you ambushed me and sealed me, you definitely didn't expect me to see the light of day again, right? The sword god's clone sneered. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire crowd went into an uproar. So it turned out that Zi Jin had been sealed by Zifeng. No wonder they hadn't seen him all these years. So what if we're out? Zifeng snorted coldly. Right now, he was the patriarch of the Black Gold family, and at the same time, he was also the strongest person in the Black Gold family. Even if the matter was exposed, so what? It seems that you admit it. However, this fact shouldn't have any effect on you. The sword god's clone smiled and glanced at the people around him. However, it's time for you to pay the price for your actions. You? Zifeng narrowed his eyes. That's right, me. After the sword god's clone finished speaking, his gaze landed on the 3 rank 5 imperial emperors. Then, he said, right now, I'll give you all a way to live. As long as you submit to me, you can be spared from death. Otherwise, even Zifeng will not be able to save you. Once those words were said, the 3 rank 5 imperial emperors glanced at each other. Was this something that a rank 2 imperial emperor could say? A mere rank 2 imperial emperor actually dared to threaten to kill them? He truly did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, it was precisely this rank 2 imperial emperor that killed several rank 4 imperial emperors right before their eyes. Most importantly, he had done it when he was a rank 1 imperial emperor. Now that he had broken through to rank 2 imperial emperor, his strength had definitely increased. In an instant, the 3 rank 5 imperial emperors started to hesitate. What a joke. You think you can incite them? Zifeng said with a face full of confidence. Although these 3 rank 5 imperial emperors were his seniors, they were all nurtured by him. Now, Yi Xian wanted them to change sides. How was that possible? Kill. Before Yi Xian could say anything else, Zifeng had already attacked. After the 3 rank 5 imperial emperors glanced at each other, they also attacked. Rumble. The sounds of battle began to spread. Every single sound was extremely intimidating. In the beginning, the surrounding black gold clansmen all felt that Zifeng, a rank 6 imperial emperor, would definitely win. However, after an entire day of fighting, they no longer felt that way. Yi Xian had been beaten up for an entire day, yet he was actually not injured at all. This was truly strange. Furthermore, he was actually able to counterattack and kill others. This was simply not something that an ordinary person could do. If they were to continue fighting, there would come a day when all of their clansmen would die. Because of that, some people made a decision. Furthermore, the person who made this decision was one of the 3 rank 5 imperial emperors. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of air being torn apart was heard. Following that, a figure fell from the sky. The crowd focused their eyes and saw that the person who had attacked was actually one of the 3 rank 5 imperial emperors. However, the person who had been ambushed did not die. Instead, he was only seriously injured. What was even more frightening was yet to come. The third person actually raised his hand and attacked as well. Crap! When Zifeng heard the sound of wind, his expression changed greatly. He hurriedly tried to stop them. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Rip! A crisp sound was heard. That rank 5 imperial emperor's head was separated from his body. He died on the spot. Seeing this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. When the second person attacked, he had already used the death pursuit warrant and the eye of assassination to flash behind his opponent. Once his opponent died, he would be able to directly take away his corpse in heavenly fate. The 2 rank 5 imperial emperors who had attacked had actually already communicated with him and decided to switch sides. Although Zifeng was capable, he was too cruel. Not to mention those who had been ordered to assassinate him, even ordinary people would not be able to escape death if they made a mistake. They were also afraid that they would be useless to Zifeng in the future and be killed. Thus, they immediately switched sides to Yi Xian's side. The 2 of you, are you not worthy of the top-quality black gold stones I've given you all these years? Zifeng was furious. Zifeng, your dynasty has already passed. You should obediently surrender, shouted one of the rank 5 imperial emperors. You're courting death. Zifeng opened his eyes wide. He immediately understood the situation he was in. In the beginning, it was him who had led 3 rank 5 imperial emperors to besiege Yi Xian. Now, 2 rank 5 imperial emperors had switched sides and the third had been ambushed and killed. Chapter 2055. Fortunately, Zifeng had embezzled quite a few top-quality black gold ores over the years. Thus, he was extremely powerful. He was only a step away from becoming a rank 7 imperial emperor. However, Yi Xian's current strength was not weak either. After he obtained that rank 5 imperial emperor's heavenly fate, he immediately devoured it. Although he did not break through to rank 3 imperial emperor, his heavenly fate had increased by several grades. Furthermore, that rank 5 imperial emperor's cosmos ring also contained a large amount of black gold ores and top-quality black gold ores. After all, that rank 5 imperial emperor was one of the top figures of the Black Gold clan. How could he be poor? Thus, Yi Xian could now use the divine sword technique again. However, he could only use it once. Thus, he wanted to kill Zifeng in a single strike. In an instant, Yi Xian joined forces with the other 2 rank 5 imperial emperors and fought against Zifeng. If it were only those 2 rank 5 imperial emperors, they would definitely not be Zifeng's match. However, one must not forget that the old tree and black horn were capable of unlimited resurrection. Thus, they also joined the battle. In the beginning, it was 3 against 1. Now, it was 5 against 1. This greatly reduced the pressure. Not only that, but the sword god's clone wearing the Void Spirit divine armor was also very difficult to deal with. He would occasionally appear behind Zifeng and launch sneak attacks. This gave Zifeng a headache. In the beginning, they fought for an entire day. Now, Zifeng was facing these people's attacks. The speed of his consumption of heavenly fate was dozens of times faster than yesterday. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. You all want me to die. Since that's the case, I'll drag you all down with me. Zifeng shouted angrily. His aura suddenly surged. Ordinary people would be able to recover if they only used heavenly fate to fight. However, Zifeng was currently burning his heavenly fate. In other words, he was continuously lowering his cultivation to obtain a powerful boost. In an instant, the situation was reversed. The 2 of you, retreat. We'll block them. The sword god's clone shouted. Then, the old tree and black horn charged forward. Apart from that, the black gold sword attendants also appeared. After a day of recovery, the war god's mount skill could also be used. The sword god's clone immediately used it. A black bone dragon was summoned out of thin air. An aura of death instantly spread, causing the surrounding people to feel suffocated. Ding! Wings of death successfully summoned. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. What surprised Yi Xian was that the black bone dragon that he summoned this time wasn't a silver or gold ranked one. Instead, it was a platinum mount that surpassed gold grade. This strength was not simple at all. Following the appearance of the wings of death, Zifeng's expression had already sunk to rock bottom. It seemed like they were in trouble. I don't believe that I will lose here. Zifeng roared furiously and fought with all his might. Unfortunately, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Yi Xian had more people on his side. Other than the 2 rank 5 imperial emperors, the sword god's clone, the black gold sword attendants, the wings of death, the old tree and black horn were all not easy to deal with. Even the others could see that Zifeng's momentum was gone. Sure enough, after the wings of death appeared, Zifeng was suppressed. He had to use Heaven's will to protect himself in case something unexpected happened. In the end, he decided to give it his all and directly transformed into his original form. He had jumped into the pit by himself. Main body. You are courting death. The sword god's clone's eyes lit up. He directly transformed Wei Zhentian into the beast god Bell. In an instant, Zifeng's strength decreased by 80%. What? Zifeng was a little confused. If he transformed into his original form, his strength would have increased. But now, why did it decrease by so much? Before he could react, a heaven-cleaving divine sword slashed down on his head. Swoosh! In an instant, Zifeng was cut in half by the sword. As long as the divine sword technique could injure the enemy, even if it was just a scratch, it would trigger the one-hit kill effect. Not to mention, Zifeng was cut in half. Ding! Host has completed the chain random mission. Reward, God of War Mount Guaranteed Summon, Gold Grade. With Zifeng's death, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind again. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The God of War Mount skill had a guaranteed summon, and it was gold grade. This meant that in the future, when he used the God of War Mount skill, he would exclude ordinary mounts and even silver grade mounts. At the very least, he would be able to summon a gold grade mount. This was too awesome. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly kept Zifeng's body and Tianming, and then devoured them. Zifeng's Tianming was very close to becoming a 7th grade Imperial Emperor. After devouring him, Yi Xian broke through to become a 3rd grade Imperial Emperor. With his current strength, even if everyone here worked together, they might not be able to defeat him. From now on, Zi Jin will be your clan leader. At that moment, the Sword God's clone suddenly said. This sentence stunned the surrounding people. Zi Jin, aren't you Zi Jin? Before the crowd could react, the Sword God's clone released Zi Jin. At that moment, the crowd realized that the Sword God's clone was in disguise. No wonder his strength was so strong. Then, Yi Xian did not care about the others. He directly ordered Blackhorn and Old Tree to put the entire Black Gold clan into the devouring space. Such a huge clan gave Yi Xian a lot of convenience. For example, he had an 8-star genius. Ding! Host has completed the 7th round of the sect chain mission. Reward, double the speed of the devouring space. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian could not remember how fast the devouring space was. In any case, one day in the outside world was more than 17,000 years in the devouring space. Double the speed of the devouring space did not mean that it would be 35,000 years, but more than 50,000 years. This was because it was double the speed of the devouring space, not double the speed of the devouring space. Now, one day in the outside world was 50,000 years in the devouring space. Although this was not very useful to those who lived in the devouring space, their lifespan was actually calculated according to the time in the outside world. To put it simply, their lifespan was 50,000 times longer than others of the same level. Not only that, but it also greatly increased the production capacity of the devouring space. As for the 8th round of the sect chain mission, it required 108 star geniuses. Moreover, they had to be eternal emperors. This mission was many times more difficult than the previous one. However, the more difficult the mission, the more generous the reward. It has already increased to more than 50,000 times. I wonder when Luoluo will wake up. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered something. Luoluo had fallen into a deep slumber. He wondered how powerful Luoluo would be after she became a stage 2 heavenly loathing fox. He would think about this later. Chapter 2056. However, with Yi Xian's breakthrough, the cooldown of the divine sword art increased as well. With Yi Xian's current wealth, it just so happened that the cooldown of the divine sword technique had been restored and he could use it again. At this moment, Yi Xian's attention suddenly fell on something. It was a yellow stone with a seal on it. However, after searching Zifeng's corpse, he found that it was an eternal fate stone. When half-step sovereign emperors and sovereign emperors died, their fate would leave their bodies and be obtained by someone else. However, if an eternal sovereign emperor died, their fate would condense into an eternal fate stone. To put it simply, this eternal destiny stone was formed from the fate of an eternal emperor realm expert. What the F***ck? Yi Xian was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Even if it was only a grade 1 eternal fate stone, it was at least a 67th rank fate stone. If Yi Xian devoured this eternal fate stone, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. At the very least, he could become a 7th rank sovereign emperor, 8th rank sovereign emperor, or even 9th rank sovereign emperor. If the owner of this eternal fate stone wasn't a 1st rank sovereign emperor, Yi Xian could break through and become a 1st rank sovereign emperor. However, there was a seal on this eternal fate stone. This seal was probably placed by an eternal sovereign emperor. Zifeng is really pitiful. He obtained a priceless eternal fate stone by chance, but he can only watch as it's taken away. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Breaking the seal on this eternal fate stone was impossible for an ordinary person. However, one couldn't forget that Yi Xian had an extremely powerful trump card. The Divine Sword Art. He immediately used his saint energy to lift the eternal fate stone into the air, then used the Divine Sword Art. A heaven-splitter divine sword appeared and slashed down. Yi Xian's control was pretty good. This divine sword just so happened to break the seal on the Eternal Destiny Stone and didn't cause any damage to it. Previously, he had always used the Sky Splitter Divine Sword to kill his enemies. However, this time, he was using it to break the seal. However, this was definitely worth it. After the seal on the Eternal Destiny Stone was broken, Yi Xian quickly put it away and devoured it. Ding! The Eternal Fate Stone's grade is too high. Host cannot consume it. To Yi Xian's surprise, the stone couldn't be devoured. How high was this level? This Eternal Fate Stone definitely doesn't belong to a rank 1 Eternal Emperor. It's probably even higher. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Although he couldn't devour it now, he could in the future. There was no rush. As a result, Yi Xian directly threw the Eternal Destiny Stone into his devouring space and didn't bother with it anymore. Now that the matter had been settled, all he needed to do was to return to the Zijin clan and absorb the entire Zijin clan into his devouring space. However, at this moment... Yi Xian suddenly raised his brows and hurriedly sank his mind into the devouring space. He saw that the Eternal Destiny Stone that he had broken the seal and thrown into the devouring space had suddenly taken the initiative to fly to Luo Luo's side. Then, the Eternal Fate Stone began to melt, turning into countless fates that entered Luo Luo's body. After absorbing the fates, Luo Luo's aura surged, but she didn't wake up. If it had been anyone else, Yi Xian would have stopped it. However, it was Luo Luo who was changing. Moreover, it seemed to be a good sign, so he simply watched. Luo Luo managed to absorb the Eternal Fate Stone that even the devouring system couldn't devour. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow in disbelief. However, he knew that as long as Luo Luo absorbed the Eternal Fate Stone, her cultivation would definitely reach the Eternal Emperor level. Right now, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 50,000 years in the devouring space. As such, Luo Luo only took half a minute to absorb the Eternal Fate Stone. Half a minute later, the Eternal Destiny Stone was completely absorbed. Not a single drop was left. Luo Luo's aura had already reached the Eternal Emperor level. Ha! Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, Luo Luo, who had been sleeping for many years, finally opened her sleepy eyes and woke up. Yi Xian immediately let Luo Luo out. He smiled and said, "Little girl, you really can sleep." "Young master, long time no see." Luo Luo giggled. Although it had only been a few months in the outside world, it had been almost 1,000,000 years in the devouring space since she had last fallen asleep. "Little girl, your cultivation level is much higher than mine as soon as you wake up. How do you feel?" Yi Xian asked. "Very good. I'm many times stronger than before." Luo Luo nodded and said, "Moreover, my bloodline is boiling. It's very lively. I don't know why. You must have just woken up. You'll be fine after a while, Yi Xian said. However, right after he finished saying those words, the sky above him suddenly cracked open. A golden light descended and enveloped Luo Luo. What? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. What's going on? Young master, I can't move my body. I feel like I'm about to ascend. There's also a voice calling out to me, Luo Luo said in surprise. Yi Xian was surprised. What's that voice? I don't know. It seems like it wants to bring me to the ninth heaven. Luo Luo shook her head. The ninth heaven. Yi Xian was shocked when he heard those 3 words. He was currently at the 5th heaven. Above him was the 6th heaven, followed by the 7th and 8th heaven. The 9th heaven was above the 8th heaven. It was the last heaven. Who was calling out to Luo Luo? Young master, I think I'm about to be brought up, Luo Luo said hurriedly. Yi Xian immediately used the devouring space to envelop Luo Luo. However, he was surprised to find that he couldn't absorb her this time. Where did this golden light come from? Before Yi Xian could react, Luo Luo followed the golden light and began to ascend rapidly. Stop! Yi Xian shouted angrily and quickly followed. However, Luo Luo soon reached the end of the 5th heaven. Then, she rose into the dark night sky. Yi Xian was blocked by the closing crack. Luo Luo! Yi Xian shouted in his heart. Unexpectedly, Luo Luo didn't reply. As a mere 3rd-grade Imperial Emperor, he didn't have the ability to break through the 5th heaven. Moreover, Luo Luo was being taken away by a 9th heaven expert. Even if his strength increased by 10,000 times, he wouldn't be able to catch up. Fortunately, he could still sense Luo Luo's location. However, the distance between them was increasing at a terrifying speed. Chapter 2057. F***CK, who is it? Yi Xian could not help but curse. At this moment, he was extremely furious because he was unable to save Luo Luo. He could only watch as Luo Luo was taken away. Most importantly, he did not know who the other party was. If it was someone with ill intentions, wouldn't he be in trouble? Damn it! Yi Xian sensed the distance between him and Luo Luo and made a decision in his heart. He had to break through quickly and kill his way to the 9th heaven. He was currently only a rank 2 Imperial Emperor. Above Imperial Emperors were Eternal Emperors. After that, it was said that half-step ruler. He only had the memories of the 7th heaven. He did not even know what the 8th heaven was like, let alone the 9th heaven. However, right at this moment. Brat, is the Zijin clan nearby? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned around and saw a middle-aged man looking at him. The latter's aura was actually that of a rank 6 Imperial Emperor. That's right. Yi Xian nodded. Very well, bring me there. The middle-aged man said in a commanding tone. You want to order me around with just a sentence? Earlier, when Luo Luo was taken away by the mysterious person, Yi Xian was very angry. Now that someone who was not afraid of death had come to him, how could he not take this opportunity to flip out? How dare a mere rank 3 Imperial Emperor speak to me like this? The middle-aged man shouted angrily. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian directly attacked. Whoosh! The sound of wind suddenly came from behind, causing the middle-aged man's body to tremble. In the next instant, his head was separated from his body. This person had truly come at the wrong time. He just happened to bump into him. Yi Xian quickly put away the corpse in heavenly fate. Then, he began to search his soul. It turned out that this middle-aged man was ordered to find the patriarch of the Black Gold clan, Zifeng. However, the Black Gold clan was nowhere to be found, so he came to the Zijin clan. he came from a peak city in the fifth heaven. The Black Gold clan used to exchange black gold stones for other resources, such as heavenly fate stones. So, I can use black gold to exchange for destiny stones. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he immediately headed towards the top city called Heaven Marshal City. The Black Gold tribe was not very far from the Heaven Marshal City. Yi Xian spent 5 days to arrive at the Black Gold tribe. At the same time, in these 5 days, the black gold vein in the devouring space had begun to take shape, producing a lot of black gold Oregon. He immediately entered the Heaven Marshal City and went straight to the City Lord Mansion. Yi Xian had sold all of the black gold stones and supreme quality black gold stones for destiny stones, leaving only a few for backup. 5 days ago, after he devoured that middle-aged man's destiny stone, he was already on the verge of making a breakthrough. Now that he had obtained a large amount of destiny stones, he directly broke through to rank 4 Imperial Monarch. However, in the battle earlier, he had used the divine sword technique multiple times and exhausted a large amount of black golden stones. Otherwise, he might have been able to break through to rank 5 Imperial Lord. However, right at this moment, suddenly, a group of black figures appeared from the horizon. They quickly approached the Heaven Marshal City. When the Heaven Marshal City's City Lord sensed them, he immediately leaped into the sky. "Who are you?" The Heaven Marshal City's City Lord was a rank 9 Imperial Lord. He could be considered to be an overlord in the 5th heaven. This time, although there were only 50 people heading for the Marshal Heaven City, all of them were experts. All of them were high-level Imperial Emperors. Without saying anything, they directly launched a concentrated attack at the Heaven Marshal City's City Lord. "It's the Marauder Squad." The Heaven Marshal City's City Lord's expression changed. He immediately reacted and shouted. The Marauder Squad was a squad that specialized in killing others and plundering their destiny stones to rapidly increase their strength. Wherever they passed, not a single blade of grass would grow. They would practically massacre the entire city. The arrival of this Marauder Squad caught the attention of the Heaven Marshal City. Immediately, the experts from the City Lord's mansion rushed out to meet them. As the City Lord's mansion, they naturally had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting the city. However, this time around, the City Lord's mansion was slightly powerless. The reason for that was because this Marauder Squad was from the 6th heaven. There were 2 rank 9 Imperial Lords in this Marauder Squad. The City Lord is no match for them. Everyone, quickly, help them. Immediately, the citizens of the Heaven Marshal City all acted. If the City Lord were to die, their Heaven Marshal City would likely be destroyed. Not many people would be able to survive. In this sort of situation, they had to be of one mind to face the enemy together. Yi Xian just so happened to encounter this good show. However, he did not immediately act. Instead, he watched from the sidelines. This Marauder Squad was very powerful. The weakest among them was a rank 7 Imperial Lord. It was already not something that he could interfere with. However, he could still fish in troubled waters. Immediately, he released the black gold sword attendants, Old Tree, and Black Horn. Of course, the Yi Xian who was in the Heaven Marshal City was not his actual body. Instead, it was only his sword god clone. Thus, he was not worried at all. Rumble. In the sky above the Heaven Marshal City, a world-shaking battle unfolded. A total of 1,000 people participated in the battle. However, right at this moment, a battle broke out in the Heaven Marshal City. Battles also broke out in the Heaven Marshal City. Some people with bad intentions took advantage of the chaos to kill others and steal their treasures. Yi Xian did not bother to pay attention to them. After all, he was not a saint. There was no need for him to act like a saint in this world where the strong were respected. His attention was completely focused on the battle in the sky. The time has come. Attack! Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately gave the order. Immediately, the sword god clone and the others all moved out. They activated plundering mode. Their main goal was to obtain cosmos rings and heavenly wills. The sword god clone possessed the void spirit divine armor. Adding on the eyes of assassination, his plundering speed was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had obtained several cosmos rings and 2 rank 5 Imperial Lord heavenly wills. This battle would definitely result in disastrous casualties. If his luck was good, Yi Xian might be able to break through to rank 5 Imperial Lord. However, there were also quite a few people who had the same idea as Yi Xian. In an instant, a conflict occurred in the Heaven Martial City. It turned into a great battle. Yi Xian did not care too much. As there were already people from the Heaven Martial City that were attacking him, his eyes flashed. He directly ordered Old Tree and the others to stand in position. Then, he used his trump card. Divine Sword Technique. A heaven-cleaving divine sword appeared and directly slashed down. Some people were unable to dodge in time and were directly killed. Then, their corpses and heavenly wills were instantly collected. Among them, there was even a rank 7 Imperial Lord from the plundering squad. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was still unable to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. As the people from the Heaven Martial City were not united, they were soon scattered by the plundering squad. Then, the Heaven Martial City's city master was besieged and killed. Right before the Heaven Martial City's city master died, Yi Xian used the eyes of assassination and appeared behind him. However, he was immediately sent flying by a rank 9 Imperial Lord the moment he appeared. Chapter 2058. What audacity! You actually dare to covet my things. You're courting death. A rank 9 Imperial Emperor from the bandit group was enraged. He was prepared to beat the shit out of the Sword God's clone. However, after attacking for a while, he was unable to do anything to the Sword God's clone. The Sword God's clone could not be bothered to pay attention to him. He continued to use the eyes of assassination and flash behind other people. This method allowed him to obtain quite a few good things. Unfortunately, the people that died were all from the Heaven Martial City. Their cultivation was not higher than rank 6 Imperial Emperors. Thus, he did not obtain much. Soon, the people from the Heaven Martial City were slaughtered to the point that they threw away their armor and fled. Seeing this, the people from the Heaven Martial City also left. After today, there would likely be no more Heaven Martial City. However, right at this moment, suddenly, the 5th heaven was torn open. An old man stepped on golden light and descended. His appearance caused the bandit group to stop. No, it should be the oppressive might emitted by the old man that caused everyone to be unable to move. Apart from the Sword God's clone, no one was able to escape. Oh. Interesting. The old man raised his brows. His gaze landed on the Sword God's clone. Then, he looked away. The Sword God's clone glanced at him. He was slightly shocked. This old man came from the 6th heaven. Furthermore, he possessed the ability to tear apart the 5th heaven. He was at least an eternal Imperial Emperor. What did he want to do in the 5th heaven? At this moment, the old man continued, a few days ago, an abnormal change occurred in this region. A golden light tore apart the 5th heaven. Did anyone see that? Once those words were said, everyone was stunned. However, Yi Xian raised his brows when he heard those words. Golden light tore apart the 5th heaven. Wasn't that the guiding golden light from the 9th heaven? At that time, that guiding golden light had brought Luoluo away. Yi Xian was present. But, why was this old man investigating this? If anyone saw it, tell me and I'll reward you greatly. The old man added. However, no one answered him. Helpless, the old man could only wave his hand and gather the countless people from the heaven martial city. Following that, the large sack in his hand suddenly enlarged in size and sucked everyone into it. This time, even the sword god's doppelganger was not spared and was directly sucked into the magic treasure. Of course, it was Yi Xian who took the initiative. The sword god doppelganger had an invincible body. Unless it was attacked, the effects of pressure were useless against it. Yi Xian took the initiative to enter this transcendent artifact because he wanted to see what the other party was up to. If he wanted to leave, he could just recall the sword god avatar. What is this old man trying to do? Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, the people who had been taken into the bag were all confined in a small array. After an unknown period of time, the bag opened again, and a large number of people came in. It must be understood that there were millions of people in Sky Martial City, all of whom were at least at the Samsara Dao Lord level. It was Yi Xian's first time seeing a magic treasure that could take in so many people other than his own devouring space. This old man had run all over the area. As long as there was a living thing, he would capture it. Yi Xian seemed to understand what the old man was doing. The old man was probably going to bring everyone back and search their souls one by one. Just like that, a month passed. A month later, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the bag and blew everyone out. After Yi Xian landed, he looked around and found that there were countless people around him. This number was probably more than 10 billion. Any imperial emperor would be able to sense a place countless miles away. With so many people gathered together, they would be able to sense it. This was probably just the tip of the iceberg. At this time, everyone was suppressed to the point that they could not move, and a few figures stood in the air. The old man who had taken Yi Xian away spoke slowly. Everyone, let me introduce myself first. I am the sect master of the 6th Heaven Khanate Gate. I invited everyone here to investigate a matter. Since everyone said that they did not see it, I will search your souls one by one. Without another word, the Khanate Gate sect master sucked one of the people over and began the soul search. The soul search was not long, only a second. But don't forget that there were countless people here. If he wanted to search their souls one by one, who knew how long it would take? Not to mention everyone, even if there were 100 million people, it would take at least 3 years to complete the soul search. Not to mention, there were hundreds of millions of people here. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian used the divine devouring space to create something. It was a floating image crystal that he had extracted from his memory. It was the scene of Luo Luo's ascension. However, since this floating image crystal was extracted from his memory, it could be modified by the divine devouring space. He modified the scene to be the scene of Luo Luo's ascension by chance, while he had only seen it by chance. Immediately, he began to think. Previously, the Khanate Gate sect master said that there would be a reward if he told him the situation. But what kind of reward would it be? After a while, Yi Xian made up his mind and decided to hand over the floating image crystal. Perhaps, this Khanate Gate sect master had something to do with the golden light that led to Luo Luo's departure. Immediately, he said, "Senior, this junior has a floating image crystal that you will definitely be interested in." What? Hearing this, the Khanate Gate sect master raised an eyebrow and said, "Let me see." Then, Yi Xian tossed the floating image crystal over and the Khanate Gate sect master scanned it. "As expected," muttered the Khanate Gate sect master. Then, in a flash, he appeared in front of Yi Xian and asked, "Do you know this young lady who ascended?" "This junior doesn't know her. This junior happened to pass by and saw this scene," replied Yi Xian. "But I saw that she seemed to be talking to you," asked the Khanate Gate sect master. "Yes, she was asking me for help. But this junior is too weak to do anything." Yi Xian shook his head and said. The Khanate Gate sect master fell silent. That day, he had also seen that golden light. However, that golden light had broken through from the seventh heaven. It had directly pierced through the sixth heaven, and then picked up a person. So, he wanted to investigate this matter. However, he couldn't find any clues. Sigh, I thought too much. The seventh heaven is still too far away from us. The sect leader of the pre-celestial sect shook his head, then tossed a stone to Yi Xian and said, I see that you're a talent for being able to withstand my pressure. From now on, you can cultivate under my sect. Yi Xian took the stone and looked at it. He couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 2059. Thank you, Sect Master. Yi Xian hurriedly thanked him. Then, the experts of the innate heaven sect sent these people back. Of course, most of them were willing to stay in the innate heaven sect. If they were given a choice between the fifth heaven and the innate heaven sect, many of them would choose to stay in the innate heaven sect. Even though the innate heaven sect was the weakest of the sixth heaven sects, its foundation was not something the fifth heaven sects could compare to. The opportunities in the sixth heaven were much better than in the fifth heaven. For example, although the sect master of the innate heaven sect was unknown, he was at least an eternal emperor. In the fifth heaven, there were only a few eternal emperors, and each of them controlled a region. There was not much room for improvement. Then, Yi Xian was brought to the innate heaven sect by an eternal emperor expert. Yi Xian's aptitude was just right to become an outer disciple. After everything was arranged, Yi Xian turned his attention to the Eternal Fate Stone. He did not know what grade the previous Eternal Fate Stone was. It was too high, so he could not devour it. However, he could sense that this Eternal Fate Stone was lower than the previous one. Devour. Without another word, Yi Xian gave it a try. Ding. Host has devoured an Eternal Fate Stone. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a 7th rank Imperial Emperor. The system notified. A 7th rank Imperial Emperor had surpassed Xifeng. This time, he had not come in vain. He had increased 3 levels in one go. However, as his cultivation level increased, those black gold stones were useless. Only the black gold stones were of some use. Next, he had to plan a new path. His first goal was to break through. Only by breaking through could he find Luo Luo quickly and beat up the mysterious person who had taken her away. If he wanted to increase his cultivation level, it was simple. He just had to keep stealing. However, Yi Xian felt that this method was not feasible, so he thought about it. At this time, he happened to pass by the innate heaven sect's training hall. There were many missions inside. He went in to take a look and really found a suitable mission for him. This mission was to kill an Eternal Emperor-level holy beast and bring back its corpse. The reason this mission attracted Yi Xian's attention was because of the sacred beast called the Undying Phoenix. The Undying Fire Seed within the Undying Phoenix was a necessity to activate the Undying Sword Servant. As long as Yi Xian activated the Sword Servant of the Undead, he would have the ability to rise from the ashes once. Eternal Emperor level. That's nothing. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. In the previous battle in Heaven Martial City, his divine sword technique had already recovered, so he could still use it once. In addition, given his current realm, he should be able to kill an Eternal Emperor-level Undying Phoenix. He immediately left the innate heaven gate and headed for the Undying Flame Mountain. A few days later, he arrived at the Undying Flame Mountain. The temperature here was terrifyingly high because these were the undying flames left behind by the Undying Phoenix. Even if there was nothing to burn, this flame could continue to burn. The Undying Flame Mountain was very famous in this area. Very few people who entered could come out alive. As his original body was still in the 5th heaven, Yi Xian sent his sword god clone in to investigate. These terrifying undying flames were completely useless against the sword god avatar. However, the Undying Flame Mountain was very barren. After the sword god clone entered, he did not see any other living things. However, on the second day after he entered the undying flame mountain, he suddenly heard a series of loud sounds. Rumble. Hearing this sound, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and hurried over to take a look. Sure enough, someone was fighting the undying phoenix of the undying flame mountain. Yi Xian focused his eyes and saw that it was 3 youths besieging the undying phoenix. These 3 people were only 9th grade imperial emperors, but they were very strong among their peers. Therefore, when the 3 of them joined forces, they were able to fight the undying phoenix to a draw. At this moment, the 3 of them noticed Yi Xian. One of them shouted, "If you don't want to die, scram." Yi Xian was only a 7th grade imperial emperor right now. He was simply not worthy of their attention. However, that person's tone caused Yi Xian to feel extremely displeased. "If I don't teach you all a lesson, how can I be called Yi Xian?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Ever since Luo was kidnapped for no reason, his emotions had fluctuated greatly. To put it simply, these 3 people were courting death. Immediately, Old Tree, Black Horn and the Black Gold Sword attendants charged toward them. Not only that, the sword god clone flashed behind them and ruthlessly slashed down with his sword. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. The sword god clone's sword landed on the undying phoenix's armor. Eternal Emperor artifact. Yi Xian was stunned. It seemed that these 3 guys had some background. They actually had an Eternal Emperor artifact. Previously, the supreme-grade black gold stone he obtained in the 5th heaven could only be used to forge a middle-grade Emperor artifact. It could not even be used to forge a high-grade Emperor artifact, let alone an Eternal Emperor artifact. However, it was not that easy to block Yi Xian's attack with an Eternal Emperor artifact. Don't forget that these 3 people were provoking the Undying Phoenix. When the Undying Phoenix saw that Yi Xian was helping it, it naturally would not attack Yi Xian. Originally, the 3 people's combat strength was on par with the Undying Phoenix. However, with the addition of Yi Xian and the others, they instantly fell into a deadlock. "Bastard, do you know who we are?" The young man spoke again. "Even if your father is the king of heaven, you will still die today." Yi Xian widened his eyes and attacked with all his might. No matter how powerful the Eternal Emperor artifact was, it could not block so many attacks. After all, the Eternal Emperor artifact needed the blessing of the heavens, and the heavens needed the support of the saint power. In the face of such a powerful attack, their saint power was rapidly depleted. Soon, they were running out. "Let's go." The young man in the lead glanced at Yi Xian and shouted in a low voice. "It's not that easy to leave. Stay here." Yi Xian's eyes flashed. A divine sword suddenly appeared out of thin air and slashed horizontally. Rip! Although they were wearing Eternal Emperor artifacts, they were still as fragile as tofu in the face of the Heaven Splitter divine sword. Yi Xian used this sword to directly kill 2 people. What a terrifying attack! The young man in the lead was shocked when he saw this. Even an Eternal Emperor could not kill 2 people in a row, let alone Yi Xian, who was only a 7th grade Imperial Emperor. What a joke! Before he could react, the Undying Phoenix on the other side spat out a mouthful of undying flames. The saint power in his body was rapidly depleted. In the end, it was exhausted. "No, I'm from the Iceblade Villa. I can't die." The young man in the lead roared. Chapter 2060. Soon, the leader could not hold on any longer and was beheaded by the sword god's doppelganger. The universe ring and Tianming fell into the sword god's doppelganger's hands. Then, the sword god's doppelganger quickly devoured Tianming and summoned the beast god Bell. Once the beast god Bell was summoned, the Undying Phoenix's strength decreased by 80%. Moreover, it was injured by the 3 of them. Coupled with Yi Xian's sword god bloodline, its strength was only slightly stronger than an ordinary 9th-grade imperial emperor. In a short while, it was besieged and killed by the sword god's doppelganger. Undying Fire Seed. Yi Xian quickly took out the Undying Huabell from the Undying Phoenix and used it to activate the Undying Swordsman. Ding! The Undying Swordsman has been successfully activated. The system notified. Yi Xian immediately summoned the Undying Swordsman. The Undying Swordsman was wearing white bone armor and a white bone mask that only revealed its eyes. Yi Xian did not know how strong it was. Yi Xian quickly ordered the Undying Swordsman to fight with the Black Gold Swordsman. To his surprise, the Undying Swordsman's strength was on par with the Black Gold Swordsman that had been strengthened many times. No, to be precise, the Undying Swordsman was slightly stronger. That was because the Undying Swordsman had a resurrection skill. However, the Black Gold Swordsman did not share the resurrection skill. Not bad, not bad. Another capable member. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he suddenly glanced at the other swordsmen that had yet to be activated and felt an urge to activate them. Each swordsman was stronger than the last. If all of them were activated, it would be awesome. Especially the 100-beast swordsman, it could summon hundreds of powerful sacred beasts at once. That was not the point. The point was that Yi Xian had another bloodline, the Battle God bloodline. The 100-beast swordsman could summon hundreds of Battle God mounts at once when used with the Battle God mount skill. What the F***ck? Yi Xian had completed the chain random mission and was guaranteed to summon at least a gold-grade mount. In other words, as long as the 100-beast swordsman was activated, Yi Xian could summon hundreds of gold-grade mounts at once. Perhaps, there might even be a platinum-grade mount that surpassed gold-grade. TSK. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. However, the 100-beast sword attendant was not so easy to activate. It required Yi Xian to kill 100 saint beasts with noble bloodlines. This Undying Phoenix just so happened to be one of them. Therefore, Yi Xian still needed to kill 99 other holy beasts of the same bloodline before he could be considered a holy beast. This is a tough mission. Yi Xian thought to himself as he took a look at the mission he had obtained from the Xian Gate. There were also 3 types of missions to hunt saint beasts, and the bloodlines of these saint beasts were not bad. At that moment, Yi Xian made his move again. However, what he didn't know was that the 3 young men he just killed all had special treasures on them that could record what they saw before they died. Therefore, the scene of Yi Xian killing them had already been sent back to their clans. At this moment, somewhere in the 6th heaven. Bastard! A mere innate heaven gate dares to kill a member of my Ice Sky Mountain Villa. You are courting death. The higher-ups of the Ice Edge Villa were enraged. They immediately sent out their experts and rushed towards the innate heaven gate. Yi Xian, who didn't know about this, was still on his way. Soon, he found the second holy beast, suppressed it with the beast god bell, and killed it. He had already obtained 2 of the 100 bloodlines. Then, he continued on his way. More than 10 days later, he completed all the missions. Then, he prepared to leave and return to the innate heaven gate. After all, he still had rewards for these missions. However, when Yi Xian returned to the innate heaven gate, he found that it was a mess. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. What happened? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had only left for a short time, and the innate heaven gate was annihilated. Wasn't this too bad? He felt that it was a little strange, so he kept all the corpses and searched their souls. After searching, he found out who the culprit was. The people of the Ice Edge Villa massacred the entire innate heaven gate. Yi Xian suddenly recalled that when he was in the Undying Flame Mountain, the young man in the lead said that he was from the Ice Edge Villa. Now, it seemed that the Ice Edge Villa couldn't find him, so they came to the innate heaven gate. In short, he was the source of all this. He was the one who harmed the innate heaven gate. Rest in peace for now. When I am strong enough, I will resurrect you. Yi Xian kept all the corpses of the innate heaven gate and kept them safe. As long as his strength grew in the future, it would be easy to resurrect these people. But now, there was one more thing to do, and that was to destroy the Ice Edge Villa. Although he was the one who killed the disciple of the Ice Edge Villa, that person had a foul mouth. In today's world, it was not strange to kill an entire family because of a word. Moreover, this was in the sixth heaven, so it was obviously crueler. Yi Xian immediately rushed in a direction. The Villa Master of the Ice Edge Villa was only a third-grade Eternal Emperor, 5 realms higher than Yi Xian, so the difficulty was not very high. About 7 days later, he arrived outside the Ice Edge Villa. Sword God Clone, go. Without saying a word, he directly sent the Sword God Clone into the Ice Edge Villa. Kill everyone on sight. Anyone who reached the Eternal Emperor level had to die. Immediately, a bloody storm broke out outside the Ice Edge Villa. Which scoundrel dares to act so presumptuously in my Ice Edge Villa? You're courting death. Many people rushed out of the Ice Edge Villa. All of them were Eternal Emperors, but they were only first-grade Eternal Emperors. Immediately, Yi Xian's side fought the experts of the Ice Edge Villa. This time, Yi Xian came with the intention of destroying the Ice Edge Villa, so he would not show mercy. The Sword God Clone, Undying Swordsman, and Black Gold Swordsman blocked the Ice Edge Villa's Eternal Emperors. As for the Old Tree and Black Horn, they dealt with the others. War God Mount. In order to increase efficiency, the Sword God Clone used a big move and summoned a gold-grade mount. This time, it was the Golden Behemoth. Boom! This was a colossal creature that was 100,000 meters tall. With a casual stomp, it could trample many people to death. Balls of heavens will floated out of the corpses and were devoured by the Old Tree and Black Horn. Then, the balls of heavens were devoured by Yi Xian. Although his realm did not increase, Yi Xian's will of heavens was constantly rising, so his strength was also soaring. At this time, the Sword God Clone suddenly used a trump card that he had never used before. War God Domain. As soon as this skill was used, the entire world froze. At this time, the only one who could move was Yi Xian's side, and another first-grade Eternal Emperor. Chapter 2061. During the duel, the entire world was forbidden. The two would decide the victor in the God of War domain. If the Sword God Clone won, he would temporarily gain a boost in strength. But if he lost, the Sword God Clone and Yi Xian would permanently lose 10% of their combat strength. Yi Xian could only use this skill when he was determined to win. Although it was impossible for the Sword God Clone to lose, there was a time limit to the God of War domain. Once the time was up, he would lose. But that wasn't the point. The point was that the Old Tree, Black Horn, Undying Sword Servants, Black Gold Sword Servants, and Golden Behemoth could all move. Simply put, it was a gang fight. What's going on? The Ice Edge Villa's Eternal Emperor was shocked. He saw that everyone else had stopped moving. Even the sword chi that pierced through the air was the same. However, he and his enemies were still able to move. What was going on? Before he could react, the Sword God Clone and the others launched an attack. Although he was an Eternal Emperor, 2 fists were no match for 4. Soon, he was killed by the Sword God Clone. Ding! Host has obtained the Invincible God of War effect. As the system notification sounded, the strength of Yi Xian and his subordinates all skyrocketed. His killing speed had also increased by several folds. Impudent! At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the sky. The sword god clone turned around and saw several powerful auras rushing toward him. The higher-ups of the Ice Edge Villa are finally here. The sword god clone looked and found that he had seen two of them in the memories of the innate heaven sect disciples. These two second-stage Imperial Emperors were the murderers who had slaughtered the entire innate heaven sect. I finally found you. Die. Yi Xian was furious. He directly ordered the sword god clone to attack. In an instant, he flashed behind one of them and slashed with his sword. Unfortunately, the other party had an Eternal Emperor weapon and was a second-stage Imperial Emperor. Even with the invincible God of War effect, he couldn't break through the other party's defense. Humph. The other party snorted and turned around to send the sword god clone flying. Right now, the sword god's avatar was unable to break through the opponent's defense. However, things were different now. At that moment, several rank 1 Imperial Emperors had already died, and Yi Xian had obtained their eternal fate stones. After devouring, he would break through. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a rank 8 Imperial Monarch. Once a cultivator made a breakthrough, their strength would increase exponentially. Now that Yi Xian was only 3 levels away from his opponent, he should be able to pose a threat to him. Die! Seeing that his opponent was unscathed, the rank 2 Eternal Emperor struck out with his sword again. However, before the sword chi could pierce through the air, the Eternal Emperor weapon in his hand suddenly exploded. Sword burst. Bang! The Eternal Emperor weapon exploded into countless fragments, directly killing the weaker Imperial Emperors below. And this was just an appetizer. Make the storm worse. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, the Emperor weapons and Eternal Emperor weapons all exploded. Sharp whistling sounds rang out. In an instant, almost all of the people from Ice Edge Villa below were killed. At the same time, among the group of people in the air, only the long sword in the hand of the Villa Master of Ice Edge Villa was intact. After all, it was the treasure of Ice Edge Villa. Bastard, I'll definitely kill you. Ice Edge Villa Master was furious. Just that blow alone had killed several rank 1 Eternal Emperors of Ice Edge Villa. As for the Imperial Emperors, they had lost countless of them. With his cultivation level, it was easy for him to resurrect those Imperial Emperors. However, even he would have to pay a huge price to resurrect a rank 1 Eternal Emperor. Ha, kill me if you dare. Yi Xian laughed 3 times and flashed behind a rank 2 Eternal Emperor. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Just now, the Eternal Emperor weapon long sword had exploded and pierced through the Eternal Emperor weapon battle armor. Now, Yi Xian's sword had completely broken through the opponent's defense. Oh no! The rank 2 Eternal Emperor's expression changed drastically and he quickly retreated. At the same time, the 2 rank 2 Eternal Emperors and the Villa Master of Ice Edge Villa attacked together in an attempt to stop Yi Xian's attack. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's attack was impossible to guard against. Whoosh! The sword god's avatar's figure disappeared and reappeared behind the grade 2 Eternal Emperor. With a sweep of his sword, the rank 2 Eternal Emperor's head flew up. Dead! A rank 2 Eternal Emperor was very important to Ice Edge Villa. There were only 3 of them in the villa. Now, one of them was dead. Even in Ice Edge Villa, rank 3 Eternal Emperors were not enough to be resurrected. Before the crowd could react, the sword god's doppelganger flashed behind another person and attacked again. Be careful. With the previous example, this person was much smarter than the one who had died. He quickly turned around and slashed at the sword god clone, sending it flying. It was a joke. 3 rank 2 Eternal Emperors and 1 rank 3 Eternal Emperor could not do anything to an rank 8 Eternal Emperor. If news of this spread, they would definitely be laughed at to death. However, if word of this spread, then so be it. After all, by the time this matter spread, the Ice Edge Villa would no longer exist. While the sword god clone was stalling for time, Old Tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Swordsman, Undying Swordsman, and Golden Behemoth were crazily killing. The Black Gold Swordsman could be strengthened with ores and the like, while the Undying Swordsman could be strengthened with heavenly treasures of the death attribute. Because they were in the same realm as Yi Xian, the strengthening effect was very obvious. At this moment, WNG lay. Suddenly, a violent roar resounded through the sky. Immediately after, a corpse fell from the sky and disappeared into thin air halfway down. Another rank 2 Eternal Emperor had been killed by the sword god clone. Now, only one rank 2 Eternal Emperor and the Villa Master of Ice Edge Villa, a rank 3 Eternal Emperor, were left. As for the rank 1 Eternal Emperors, they were all dead. I'd rather die than live in dishonor. The Villa Master of Ice Edge Villa made a difficult decision with bloodshot eyes. He took out a light blue stone from his interspatial ring and wrapped it with his heaven's will. In the next moment, a snowstorm blew in Ice Edge Villa. Ha! Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and felt the surrounding temperature drop sharply. The entire Ice Edge Villa froze in an instant. Not only that, but even the living were the same. What's going on? Yi Xian was a little confused. He turned his head and found that the remaining rank 2 Eternal Emperor and the Villa Master of Ice Edge Villa had also turned into ice sculptures. In addition, the Black Gold Swordsman, Undying Swordsman, Old Tree, Black Horn, and the huge Golden Behemoth were also frozen. Except for the sword god clone, everyone was frozen. Chapter 2062. At that moment, Yi Xian sent his sword god doppelganger to try it out. He found that his full-powered attack could not break through the layer of ice. Moreover, it could not be swallowed. It seemed that the light blue stone was a good thing. Ding! The flame-engulfing unicorn is sealed by ice and cannot be recalled. Ding! The engulfing black-scaled dragon is sealed by ice and cannot be recalled. Ding! The Black Gold Swordsman is sealed by ice and cannot be recalled. Ding! The Immortal Swordsman is sealed by ice and cannot be recalled. System notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. This was troublesome. The Old Tree and the others were frozen, not dead. Otherwise, they could be resurrected. However, Yi Xian had a way, and that was to use the Divine Sword technique. At that moment, he landed on the ground. Then, his eyes flashed and he directly used his trump card. Divine Sword technique. A divine sword slashed out horizontally. Everything that came into contact with it was as fragile as tofu. This divine sword first killed the Old Tree and Black Horn, then the Black Gold Swordsman, the Immortal Swordsman, and finally the Villa Master of Ice Edge Villa and the Second Great Eternal Emperor. As for the others, Yi Xian was too lazy to kill them because their cultivation was too weak. Ding! The flame-engulfing unicorn is resurrected. Ding! The engulfing black-scaled dragon is resurrected. Ding! The Immortal Swordsman is resurrected. System notifications rang. The Old Tree and Black Horn were magic treasures, so they could be resurrected. The Immortal Swordsman had a passive resurrection, so they could be resurrected. However, the Black Gold Swordsman could not be resurrected, so they could only be summoned again tomorrow. At that moment, Yi Xian was collecting the spoils of war. The Ice Edge Villa was also very rich. There were a lot of heavenly treasures in the Villa Master's interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a 9th grade Imperial Emperor. Yi Xian had gained a lot from this battle. He had broken through twice. At this time, his heavenly fate level had reached 64. He was just a little bit away from becoming an Eternal Emperor. However, things were not over yet. After Yi Xian cleaned up the battlefield, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. This aura was even stronger than that of the Ice Edge Villa's Villa Master. It was most likely a rank 4 Eternal Emperor. Who? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Could it be that the Ice Peak Villa still had a hidden expert? However, even if they were rank 4 Eternal Emperors, they would still take too long to arrive. If it had been before, Yi Xian would have been afraid and would have had no choice but to hide. But now that it had appeared, he was no longer afraid. After this expert arrived, he looked around and asked, "What's going on here?" The sword god avatar was the only living person in front of him, so naturally, he was asking him. "I don't know." Yi Xian replied casually. This sentence made the newcomer a little displeased, but he didn't waste his breath. With a wave of his hand, he dissolved the layer of ice on one of the ice sculptures and began to search their souls. In the next moment, he knew the ins and outs of the matter. "It's you." The newcomer's gaze fell on Yi Xian. From the memories of the person whose soul was searched, he saw that Yi Xian had killed his way into the Ice Edge Villa. The Villa Master and the others were no match for him, so they used the sacred ice stone. "So what if it's me?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. "Who are you? How dare you slaughter the forces of my Ice Alliance?" asked the middle-aged man. Ice Alliance. Hearing this name, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly searched the souls of the corpses. This was the Ice Mountain Range. There were many forces in this area, and these forces formed the Ice Alliance. This person should be from the Shrine of Ice, the leader of the Ice Alliance. The Ice Edge Villa Master had been holding the sacred ice stone that every subordinate faction's leader had. This thing was usually used when facing a destructive attack. Once it was used, everyone would be sealed in ice. Only a special method could unseal it. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you asking so many questions? Yi Xian snorted coldly. You're courting death. The middle-aged man was furious. He directly charged at Yi Xian. What a joke. A mere 9th-rank Imperial Emperor dared to say such words in front of him. He was courting death. However, in the next moment, he realized that Yi Xian was not courting death. He was truly capable. In an instant, he was attacked by several people. This time, Yi Xian attacked with all his strength. Moreover, his opponent was not a sword cultivator, so his strength was directly reduced by 30%. Before Yi Xian made a breakthrough, he seemed to be able to handle the attacks of so many people with ease. Now that he had made a breakthrough, his strength had undergone a huge change. It would definitely be easier for him to deal with these people. However, it would not be so easy to kill this middle-aged man. Rumble. Immediately, the two of them began to fight. Yi Xian still used a besieging tactic. Old Tree, Black Horn, Deathless Swordsman, and the Sword God's clone attacked from 4 directions. This middle-aged man also had an Eternal Emperor artifact, so Yi Xian could only exhaust him. This battle lasted for a long time. These people, where did they come from? How dare they provoke the Ice Alliance? The middle-aged man thought to himself. He checked his saint power. There was only a third left. In the battle just now, he had continuously killed Old Tree and Black Horn. However, these two could continuously resurrect themselves. They were very difficult to deal with. Moreover, the Deathless Swordsman in the white bone armor was even more terrifying. His attack could corrode the heavenly fate. Go back and inform the palace master. The middle-aged man immediately made up his mind. If it was before, he could directly take out his communication token and report directly to his superiors. However, under the siege of 4 people, he could not find the time to do so. At this moment, Yi Xian saw through his opponent's intention and immediately attacked with all his strength. Sword Intent of Death. The deathless swordsman's ghostly fire-like eyes suddenly flickered as he slashed out a terrifying attack. This was the deathless swordsman's ultimate move. With Old Tree, Black Horn, and the sword god's clone restraining him, the middle-aged man could not dodge and was directly hit. Crack! The Eternal Emperor artifact on his body shattered. However, this move did not kill him. It only severely injured him. The middle-aged man shuddered. Then, he used the remaining saint power he had and used his trump card. Journey of Ice. In an instant, the middle-aged man turned into a stream of light and swept into the distance. So fast. The sword god's clone raised an eyebrow. This scene happened so suddenly that he could not even use the Eye of Assassination. However, the middle-aged man had a death hunt warrant, so he could not escape. Chase! Yi Xian immediately chased after the middle-aged man. At the same time, he also knew that the middle-aged man should be escaping back to the Shrine of Ice, the leader of the Ice Alliance. This chase lasted for a few days. Chapter 2063. However, when Yi Xian met with them again, he realized that they had called for help. At this time, Yi Xian was facing 3 rank 4 Eternal Emperors. Is this the kid who seriously injured you? A white-haired old man asked with a frown. He could sense that Yi Xian was only a rank 9 Eternal Emperor. He was not even an Eternal Emperor. How could he seriously injure a rank 4 Eternal Emperor? That's right. This kid's strength is very strange. He destroyed the Ice Edge Villa. The middle-aged man nodded. How is that possible? He's only a rank 9 Eternal Emperor. How could he destroy the Ice Edge Villa? The old man could not believe it. However, it was a fact that the middle-aged man was seriously injured. If he could really injure the middle-aged man, destroying the Ice Edge Villa was nothing. Since that's the case, let's capture him and bring him back to the Palace Master. The old man was ready. The battle was about to start. There was no need to say much about the following scene. Naturally, the sword god's clone was beaten up by the 3 of them. As for Yi Xian, he was temporarily powerless. However, he still had a plan. In the past few days, his original body had found the teleportation array that led to the 6th heaven and arrived at the 6th heaven. Previously, the sword god's clone had been brought up by the innate heaven sect master. Therefore, his original body was still in the 5th heaven. Now, he had finally arrived. That was not the main point. The main point was that after he arrived, he used the Void Spirit godly armor to rob the various major powers. Ding! Host's fate has been upgraded to rank 67. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 1 Eternal Emperor. Yi Xian suddenly broke through. Although the leap from rank 9 Eternal Emperor to rank 1 Eternal Emperor was not as big as the leap from Samsara Dao Lord to half-step Eternal Emperor, his strength still increased by leaps and bounds. After his breakthrough, his sword god's clone, Old Tree, Black Horn, Undying Sword Servants, and Black Gold Sword Servants all rose to the rank of Eternal Emperor. Their strength increased by more than 10 times in an instant. What? The 3 people besieging Yi Xian were shocked. What was going on? These people suddenly broke through from rank 9 Eternal Emperor to rank 1 Eternal Emperor. They were shocked. In the next moment, they would have to pay a heavy price for their actions. Gotcha! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. The Eternal Emperor weapon on the white-haired old man suddenly shattered and he was killed. Immediately after, another person appeared. Not good, a trip of ice and snow. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically as he once again used his trump card. But this time, Yi Xian's speed caught up. Gotcha! Gotcha sound. At this moment, the sword god Avatar's strength was much stronger than before because he had devoured the heavens will of the old man and the other person. Although he had not broken through to the second grade Eternal Emperor realm, his strength had increased. My shrine of ice will never let you get away with this. The middle-aged man knew that he was going to die. Therefore, he raised his head and roared, was the Eternal Emperor. The middle-aged man's head flew up, and he died on the spot, and put there. In the blink of an eye, his aura skyrocketed again. Ding! Host made a breakthrough. Host is now a rank 2 Eternal Emperor. The three were stewards of the Shrine of Ice. They were worth a lot. After Yi Xian devoured the treasures inside, he made a breakthrough. He then searched the souls of the three corpses to get a better understanding of them. The Ice Alliance is led by the Shrine of Ice. They have 13 factions under them. Ice Peak Villa is one of them. Suddenly, a name caught Yi Xian's attention. Divine Ice Stone. There's a Divine Ice Stone in the Shrine of Ice. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The Divine Ice Stone was a material required by the sword servants of the 5 elements. In addition, the light blue stone that sealed everyone in ice was formed from the shards of the Divine Ice Stone. It was called the Sacred Ice Stone. Apart from the Shrine of Ice, there were 4 other factions that stood side by side with it. They were the shrines of metal, wood, fire, and earth. Coincidentally, there was a corresponding Divine Ice Stone in each of the 4 shrines. As long as Yi Xian obtained all of them, he would be able to activate the sword servants of the 5 elements, one of the strongest among the sword servants of the unrivaled. The sword servants of the 5 elements are ranked 5th among the sword servants of the 5 elements. If I can activate them, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and flew in the direction of the Shrine of Ice. The Shrine of Ice could be considered an overlord. Its palace master was a rank 6 Eternal Emperor. His strength was not bad. However, this could no longer stop Yi Xian's footsteps. Yi Xian had previously killed 3 stewards of the Shrine of Ice. From their memories, Yi Xian obtained the ice and snow martial art. This martial art was very useful in this world of ice and snow. Its speed was even faster than Wei Jintian's flying form. 3 days later, Sword God's doppelganger arrived at the Shrine of Ice. With the help of the Mask of Illusion, he assumed the appearance of a middle-aged man and entered the Shrine of Ice. He first went in to wander around and make some inquiries. However, the destruction of Iceblade Villa did not attract the attention of the Shrine of Ice because they thought that the matter had been resolved. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to use his disguise to get rid of those from the Shrine of Ice one by one. But before that, Yi Xian learned one more thing. In the past, possessing a treasure was a crime. Naturally, it was the same in the 6th heaven. Previously, there were people who had designs on the Divine Ice Stone, but they were all sealed in ice by the palace master of the Shrine of Ice. These people did not die, but were all sealed in ice. 7 rank 5 Eternal Emperors and dozens of rank 4 Eternal Emperors. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The reason why the palace master of the Shrine of Ice did not kill them and instead left them at the entrance of the Shrine of Ice was to serve as a warning to others not to provoke the Shrine of Ice. Since these people did not die, they were destined to die. This time, Yi Xian wanted to make an example out of them. At this time, Yi Xian had already left the Shrine of Ice and arrived at the entrance. Previously, he thought that the ice sculptures at the entrance were those who had committed a crime and were sealed in ice. But now, it seemed that they were those who had designs on the Divine Ice Stone. 57 ice sculptures, all of them. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. Among the 57 ice sculptures, 7 of them were rank 5 Eternal Emperors. If he added the others, it would be enough for him to make another breakthrough. As he had obtained a large amount of good stuff, he could now use the Divine Sword technique. Sword God's doppelganger found a spot and suddenly used his trump card. Divine Sword technique. A heaven splitter suddenly appeared and slashed horizontally. The heaven splitter cut all the ice sculptures in half as if they were tofu.